The most important thing is that you have to be a good person. Being a good person. Don't think about it in terms of externals. Think about it in terms of your relationship internally with the external. And you like this person, you don't like that person, join the club. This person's bad, this person's worse, etc., etc. Join the club. That's life. But 100%, the most important thing is we have to have goodness. We have to have success and goodness. And as much as we can, keep developing that, keep looking into that, keep learning that process, right? You're at this level of goodness, you add on an extra layer of thinking, an extra layer of contemplation, extra layer of introspection, right? How can I raise up that goodness even more? How can I apply that goodness to even more situations and people and environments? All of that goodness is based on your intention. Right? So what is your intention? Is your intention to harm? Then that's not good, period. So we say, well, that's a bad person. Well, that's cultural. That's a belief. That's a social idea. 50 years ago or 100 years ago in America, a black person was a bad person, period. A black teenage boy that whistled at a white woman was we celebrated lynching them and killing them. So that's where the evil is. And the evil or the ego can be very, very tricky. So don't let that trick you. Don't let that manipulate you. Don't let that drive you. And we constantly go into this practice of inner reflection, internal reflection, not justifying our position. Well, I know I'm good. But keep looking, keep examining, keep being aware, keep being mindful. And practice non-thought. We have to understand that. We have to get that teaching, that idea down, right? The practice of meditation or the practice of opening our wisdom is to not think. Practice not thinking. It's like the difference between real prayer. If you're a Christian, you're really praying to God, you want to be in relationship with God, you want to feel God's presence, versus praying to ask God to give you what you want, to meet your desires, to punish your enemies. Has anyone here ever prayed for God to punish one of their enemies? So, if you only have one thing in your life that's important, or that you cultivate, or that you're mindful of, or you're more deeply aware of, you're more reflective of, let that be you being good, you bringing goodness with you. But if you're hyper reactive and angry and frustrated, greedy, if you hold on to all these big complicated ideas that take you out of your life or out of the present moment, then you always get worked up. You can't control yourself. That's why it's very, very powerful to know how to not think, to know how to not be in a rush. And that's what meditation is, to know how to not be greedy, not be looking for the next thing. To be forgiveness, to practice forgiveness in your daily life. To practice kindness in your daily life. You're not going to get good at anything if you don't practice it. Right? Some people say that they're under Trump. Well, Maybe that's because you don't know how to stop thinking about that stuff. If you have a home, if you have your own personal space, then that's like a retreat environment. That's like a cave to be in. If you like Trump or if you don't like Trump, he's not your daddy, he's not your mommy, he's not living at home with you. So you have to take time to be with yourself, to look at yourself. That's what meditation is, looking at ourselves. Sustaining this attention of looking at ourselves. Whether you like Trump or don't like Trump, that's okay. But Trump is not you. You are not Trump. Right? Trump is not taking responsibility for your life, and he can't. Only you can do that. And that goes for people that love Trump and people that, hate Trump. And it must be better to love Trump than to hate him, because if you're practicing hate, well, that's not a good thing. And even if that love is misguided or, very ego-based, well, it's still some form of love. It still has some connection to love rather than hate. And the Trump that you know is the Trump that exists in your mind, not the Trump that exists in the world. I mean, unless you're having dinner with Trump later, or if he's coming over for your family barbecue. The Trump that you know is the Trump in your own mind. So we should practice loving kindness towards the Trump in our own mind, much more so than we should practice any kind of hate or frustration. Learning how to meditate, the most important thing is to sit still. Cross your legs and sit still. Focus on the breathing and don't let thoughts control you. Be with that stillness. But I can't teach you anything if you don't want to learn. I can't teach anybody meditation if they don't want to learn from me. You could practice Trump meditation. You could send loving kindness. You could wish peace, happiness, safety, protection for Trump. That'd be much better than cultivating, wishing that something bad happened to Trump. In 2026, it's Trump. In 1806, it was black people. God, please punish that black man that looked at my wife. God, please kill the Native Americans that are standing in between me and land that was promised to me by the government. So hate is hate. Doesn't matter how you justify it. A wish to harm is a wish to harm. Doesn't matter how you justify it. This is a great bridge between the left and the right, between Republicans and Democrats, or whatever people call themselves nowadays. And maybe that's why the right wing is so powerful, because they cultivate that positive energy towards these people. Democrats and leftists are oftentimes cultivating hate towards the people in power or Donald Trump, and that's going to make them sick. If we cultivate hate, if we generate hate in our minds, it's going to make us sick. It's going to make the people around us sick. It's just the way that it is. May Donald Trump be well, happy, and peaceful. May Donald Trump be well, happy, and peaceful. May Donald Trump be free from suffering. May Donald Trump be free from problems. May Donald Trump overcome any obstacles that he encounters. May Donald Trump be happy and peaceful. May Donald Trump feel joy. May Donald Trump be happy. May Donald Trump be free from suffering. Your life will be a lot better if you don't make up justifications for wishing harm on other people. Any questions? WhatsApp? You send me a message on WhatsApp? Does the physical position of our body have a big impact on the ease of meditation? Well, if you're laying down and meditating, you'll fall asleep once you get really relaxed. If you're sitting upright in meditation with your legs crossed, you probably won't fall asleep while you're meditating, but you'll start to feel a lot of pain in your legs, and that can also be helpful. And if you practice meditation when you're standing or walking, that can also be very helpful. So the Buddha recommended us to try and practice meditation in any position.
At Jerry S5G7 M donating $1.99 through Super Chat. Is Shiva a scam of Royales?
Well, people have a lot of different definitions of what a scammer is. So I think Shiva is a good person that has too much focus on money and making money. Do I like transcendental meditation? From what I understand, transcendental meditation uses a mantra, and I've gotten a lot of benefit from using mantras in my meditation at different points of my journey in my life. But I've never worked specifically with the Transcendental Meditation group. I know Howard Stern has been practicing Transcendental Meditation for many years. But I've found my meditation techniques primarily in Buddhism. What made me want to start this? A really unstable mind. A deeply suffering, unstable mind. I kind of inherited some mental health issues and didn't have a choice. I had to find some way to fix it or to either die by it. And I found Buddhism and meditation as a real way to deal with mental health issues and mental health problems. And I hope to go a lot farther in that direction as my life continues. You know, the body gets old, but the mind is basically ageless. So you can keep practicing and developing your mind and meditation for way longer than you can continue cultivating your body, your physical health. Shapeshifter says, I have an unstable mind and I like it. That is one of the weird things that I don't fully understand. So you can have people that are very ignorant and very unstable and seem to cause a lot of suffering outwardly, but they don't seem to have a lot of suffering inwardly. It doesn't seem that way, like certain celebrities and different people in power. So we should never put on a pedestal like that we love our lust, we love our desire for sex, or we love our desire for money, or we love our desire for feeling pleasure, because it can exploit the environment. It can cause all kinds of problems to the environment and people that rely on us. So I always say the more wealthy you become, the more generous you should also become. Do I respect any other paths other than Buddhism? Sure, I respect a lot of paths. As long as they're based in goodness, being a good person, helping others. Amy says, are they purposefully manufactured by the government? I'm not too concerned about the external government. I'm more concerned about the internal government of my own mind and how I relate to that. I would say I learn every day, yeah. Because if we stay mindful, then we always have a capacity to learn from our mistakes and our successes. But it might take a long time, it might take years to really learn a lesson that seems to be very simple. Because we have to repeat it again and again and again and again to get the point. But if we don't have morality or we don't have mindfulness, then we're never going to learn that lesson even as we keep going through it. Which is what, you see, it's kind of surprising to me, but you see these people that get to 40, 50, 60, 70 years old and their minds just collapse or their bodies collapse. And from my perspective, it's a lack of relationship with meditation. It's a lack of working with the deeper mind. And so people stop growing. They stop learning. They stop developing. They're the same person that they were at 30 when they're 35. They're the same person at 40 that they were when they're 35, etc. And I don't think that we should live that way. I don't think that's a good way to live. Fox Mulder says the government has weapons to put thoughts in your mind. The internet is one of them. That's why it's such a great and valuable technique to know how to not think, because the greatest production module of manipulation and false thoughts is right in here. So meditation is learning how to train that. You're not moved, you're not manipulated by thoughts that appear. And that's when your wisdom opens, your deeper intelligence, when you stop thoughts. It's like intuitive wisdom and also universal wisdom. Because if you think about it, the brain is this very, very advanced, almost like a muscle, right? The brain of the mind, or the muscle of the mind, which is the brain. It's so subtle, it's so intricate, it doesn't operate through text. It doesn't operate through words and phrases. It doesn't operate through thoughts. And it's kind of a connection point to the universe, to everything. And these constant compulsive thoughts, rather than they're like a tool, but they're not an ultimate tool. It's more like a trick. And when we know how to stop thoughts and broaden out the mind and open out the mind together with everything, we can get all the wisdom and the insight from the whole universe, basically. You wouldn't call sleep meditation because you're unconscious, and meditation is like being more and more conscious. It's raising up levels of conscious awareness. Can meditation help you select thoughts? Yes, it definitely can. And it's not it's not that difficult to stop thoughts. It's very practical and simple to stop thinking. I'm always a little bit perplexed when people say that you'll never stop thoughts. It's like, just focus on your breathing for a minute and the thoughts will stop and be replaced by that direct experience of breathing. Right? Isn't it somewhat easy to stop thoughts? What's difficult is to sustain that for longer and longer periods of time, that absence of thoughts.
What the heck? Oh my god, the Buddhist fog. Yo, Dr. Rob!
No way he's here.
I love you. Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob, I love you, brother. Dr. Rob, I'm your disciple.
Listen, this is the one thing you guys got to understand. This is the one thing. Can I say something to you guys? Do I have permission?
Yes, you can.
Okay, listen. Listen to this, okay? You got to be a good person. You got to be a good person. That's the most important thing you got to do. You can do whatever you want. You can get plastic surgery on your butt. You can do whatever you want. But at the core, you have to be a good person. You have to have goodness inside of yourself. That's the best investment that you're ever going to make. Think of one of your biggest problems, right? Think of one of your biggest problems. If you betray your own heart, you do something you know is bad, you do something that you don't want to do and you know that's bad, how does that make you feel? Destroys you. Destroys you. And so the opposite is also true. When you do good things that you know are good, when you're a kind person, when you're a generous person, when you're a forgiving person, when you don't try to hurt other people, life opens up. So that's your best investment that you can make. I promise you that.
Dr. Rob, can I tell you something, please? Dr. Rob. Hello?
Dr. Rob, the issue is that I wasn't really keeping him off yet, so I like it feels good when I do bad to people.
Dr. Rob, can I give it to you? Can I give it to you, please?
Brother Davis, I'm a huge fan.
So that's why we have to make meditation a habit, right? Because that's what happens, John, right? The same thoughts come up after you meditate. So refresh and restart, beginning again and again and again and again, like that. Then the mind can start to change. But also, it's not about if those thoughts come up or not. It's freedom from your attachment and your identity in those thoughts. Why do some people suffer more deeply than others? Just karma, it's just cause and effect. If we hurt others, we'll be hurt. All right, I want to ask you guys something.
You fucking shit on Rob, nigga.
I want to ask you something, okay? What do you guys respect? Tell me what you get. Be honest. I want your honest answers. What do you guys respect?
You.
You guys really respect me?
No,
Yes.
I respect my mom.
Robert, I love everything you talk about, Rob.
Good.
Dr. Rob, what's your
You're a
purpose in life?
jester for my amusement, Rob. Fuck you, you fucking jester.
Oh my god, this guy can't be real, bro.
Rob, please.
Okay, what's your purpose in life, bro? What's your purpose in life? Look at my Ramus right here, bro. I Ramus on you.
You talking to Rob? Who are you talking to?
Rob, I really like
Look.
your eyes.
Dr. Rob, look at my fucking Ramus. I mug you to death.
Can you
What
shut
are
up?
you? Yo, quit talking shit on Rob. Yo, Rob,
Say
how
shit
big is
to
it?
Robert
Rob,
Davis.
how big is it plastic?
How can I teach you guys? How can I share my knowledge, my experiences with you guys if you don't have that layer of respect, if you don't want to learn?
No, I apologize for
I
that.
do. I wanna bust a nut to you.
Yo, can you just kick him or ban him?
Yeah, I'll ban him. What's his username?
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I can ban you.
A-R-I-S.
No, Rob, give him a second chance. You gotta play a video game with him, Rob. Give him a second chance.
Wait, Dr. Rob, can you sing us some King Von?
I can sing you something. I can sing you something similar. How about that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I want you to sing along with me. I'm going to teach you this song, okay? Shush.
Yeah, I'll sing along with you.
Are you a real doctor? Like, that's my
Well, you guys got to remember, like, you guys aren't. I mean, are you guys tough guys? Like, are you guys? Am I the new kid in school, and you guys are kind of like, watch out, buddy, because we've been around for a while? Is that what's going
I
on?
love this guy, bro. I just love
Tell me if that's what's going on. Is that what's going on?
Rob, you're the elder here.
Yeah, I'm the elder here. That's true. You got to let the other guys know about that, right? I'm the elder here.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to.
I'm the designated representative here. Okay. First line. First, this is the first line. I want to hear you sing 1 1 2 2 1, okay? Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. We sing that one together?
I
You
can't
remember it?
that.
All right, you can remember.
Is that Epstein's song right there? Can you talk about the island?
Ja, let's be respectful, okay, Mr. Black Man?
Let's be respectful. You're gonna be banned.
Why'd you say black man? Was there a specific
Yeah,
reason?
why'd you say black man though? Like, what was up with that?
Whoa.
He's a black man.
Is there something wrong with that?
Are you black?
Say that.
I mean, okay. There's like two different meanings. He could have been it. Like, not saying he could have been it with something. We don't know though. So like, let's not gamble. Let's just let it air out. It's fine.
Yeah, we don't know though.
Bro, you're
Okay?
pissing me off.
Who is this like country guy?
All right, guys, so we seems like, do you guys have ADHD? Who here is diagnosed with ADHD?
Not me, sir.
Okay, so let's try the first line together, okay?
Okay.
Dr. Rob, I'm really horny.
When are you gonna be quiet?
Okay, here we go. You guys ready to sing this song together? All right. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. Okay, let's hear everybody sing. Let's hear everybody sing, okay? What?
No one's singing. I was the only one.
So DJ Quarantine, I don't know if you're still here, but DJ Quarantine says, I am a lot older than you are, a lot more wiser, a lot more experienced. What makes you think you can teach people who are in a thoughts? I'd like to know. This might have interest. That's what they're saying, man. I don't run the comment. So my answer to that would be that I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. So I have a lot of experience with mentors and stuff like that. So I feel like I'm able to share those energies. What did you say, dude?
I said I've been a pedophile for 8 years.
Okay.
Fight that nigga, Rob!
Dr. Rob, I have a question.
Yeah.
What was the biggest challenge you faced as a monk?
What is the biggest challenge that I ever faced as a monk?
Yeah.
Quick question. How'd you grow your
How
hair?
did you overcome
Monks
it?
like shave off all their head,
challenge.
Oh, you dishonored me.
I have a question, Dr. Rob, like real question. Like, do Buddhist monks like shave their head like bald?
No, you just couldn't escape the normal reaper.
The biggest challenge that I had as a monk was thinking that I had no challenges.
Oh shit.
Wait a minute.
Wait, why is everybody getting like surgery? What's going on? I was not paying attention.
Rob is about to speak. People must silence.
Dr. Robbie. Meow meow. Hi.
Okay, so if anybody has any questions, they can ask. And yes, if you want to see, if you'd like to see Dr. Rob back when he was a monk, you can look at his older videos.
Wait, Dr. Rob, do you want me to do a stage?
Well, we're already in a stage in a certain sense.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I have a question.
The real question is like, do you have to go bald?
No, Dr. Rob, I really have a question. I'm being serious.
It's a real question though.
What's up, guys?
Dr. Rob, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Bro, hold on, bro. Just chill, bro. He's putting his words together.
What?
Fuckers emoted on me.
So, Dr. Rob, what made you become
Don't try to hurt anybody. Don't follow through. Don't feed the intention to harm someone else in your mind. That's one of the most poisonous things that you're going to be able to do. So unless you want to poison yourself, you don't want to do that. That angry, that nastiness, that darkness, that's the stuff that's going to make you, hit your kids and stuff like that.
Dr. Rob, I have a question.
Yes.
What made you become a Buddhist?
I had very deep suffering. After high school, my mind was basically falling apart. I inherited some mental health issues from my family, and it was getting bad. So like my sister, she's been strung out for more than a decade. And that's when I started as well in getting into the Buddhism. So when I was 20, that's when I first went to live at a Buddhist temple in America. And then when I was 25, I went to go and become a monk. Because the meditation, it's a technology to heal the mind, to work with the mind. And these people know what they're talking about as well. They have very deep understanding. So you can go the route of taking SSRIs and stuff, and maybe that'll work out. Or you can get seriously into meditation, and you can heal the mind.
Bro, my psychiatrist told me to take SSRIs because I have OCD.
Well, that's what they do. That's what psychiatrists do. They prescribe SSRIs. That's their job, to give you medication.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so what's your opinion on that? Do you agree with them? Because I don't.
To take SSRI medication? I mean, we'd maybe have to talk a little bit more about it, but the problem we have today is it's like, okay, so you have two parents, right? And they're raising a kid. And that kid is not getting much attention. It's basically being neglected, right? And so the house also, there's mental health issues, parents do this, do that, whatever. So then the kid, because of that environment, has these mental health issues. So then the kid goes to it, they take the kid to a psychiatrist, and now they're giving him, these research chemicals, basically, these psychiatric medications to see if that'll help with it. But the real problem was never the kid, it was the environment. So it's like putting a Band-Aid on top of a cancer. And so
Isn't SSRIs, is that like a brain development thing? Or is that like, no, not SSRIs, OCD. Is that like a brain development thing?
they go together. In the traditional psychiatry used to think that, like there was no connection. So like a kid grows up in an abusive household and now is depressed or has ADHD, and they said, oh, it's a brain disorder. But now in more modern psychiatry, some perspectives, they're saying, look, the brain is developed this way because of the environment that that child has grown up in. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't really make sense. Like, you have a kid that has severe anxiety. Well, why do they have severe anxiety? Because the home that they live in is full of anxiety. So it doesn't have anything to do with their brain, but we can change our brain if we get involved like that. But for most young people, you've been trained out of trusting adults through the education system.
I mean, I've had OCD like at least moderate OCD my entire life. Like I've been like always having to wash my hands a lot, like until they get bloody, and then like other things as well.
Yo, this nigga.
Well, the Dagestan meme has a truth to it, right? It's like, fuck that shit. Go and hang out with David Goggins, or go and be a monk, or go and get your ass whooped and get trained. Like, stop fucking washing those hands and messing around. There's some truth to that, right? But to do it in a balanced way is the best. So if you're a young person and you grow up and you've never had any mentor or any role model, that's a pretty fucked way to grow up. How many people in here actually have a role model or actually have a mentor? Probably like nobody. Probably like nobody.
I have no
I got like maybe 2 since I was like 2 months old. I had like a baby.
I do.
sitter I still talk to this day.
My dad is my role model.
Dr. Rob, can we switch
Hey,
to
Rob.
stage, please? There's like so
How do
many
I-
people that
how do
want to
I-
join.
How do I
Shut up,
stop?
Karina.
How do I
Dr.
stop?
Rob, the
being
VC is
funny?
full.
Okay, so set up the stage and we'll go over there.
Okay, let me
Everyone
do
switch
this.
to stage.
Wait, that
False
means you can talk
fallacy.
to it.
Hey, quit tripping me, I'm now.
Got a question for Dr. Rob.
Question.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
In the stage, we'll bring you up. Who's the one with the question?
Who is that?
Where's Dr. Rob? Oh, he's here. Oh, God.
All right, so we can make one more announcement now that we have the full stage and all the momentum. Or not. All right, so who is it that had the question? They wanted to ask one right before we started here.
This man, Parisa.
All right, come on up, PVAC.
Or it was this guy.
Yo, Rob,
Yes.
how do I stop eating my shit?
Just stop.
It's not that simple, bro.
Well, why is it not that simple?
My body takes over, bro. You just gotta go ham sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you have to learn how to be a gentleman with yourself. You can't just let your body and your physical reactions control your mind.
Yeah, but isn't it bad for you to an extent to just like not nut ever?
Maybe, but it's also bad for you to an extent to just masturbate all the time, because it's like being a monkey. Like monkeys,
I don't do it all the time. I just think I do
yeah,
it too much.
every day or anything like that is probably too much. It's not necessarily healthy.
Alright, noted. Thanks, Rob.
How to stop? Think about why it's not good to do, like that you want to stop. The next time that you're building up to doing it, think about that you don't want to do it, and then maybe you do it, and then you remember, oh, that's not something I want to do. So,
Alright, I'll try.
okay. So raise your hand if you have a question, people.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes? What's your question, young lady?
Wait, are you famous or something? Like, why?
I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. I'm a part of I'm the main mentor in LuxMax, in luxmax.org. I'm the main person that does mentorship work with the community. And so this community here has a relationship with the luxmax.org. And that's why I'm here. That's why I've been invited to here. I'm friends with the owners of the organization, of the LuxMax organization. And that's why I'm here.
Like,
Okay. Thank you,
I don't wanna
Lexi.
be ugly.
Okay. So let's have a conversation, everybody. Don't be so shy because it's a stage and all that. Okay, Corpse Mankind says,
You wanna speak?
yeah, well, let's bring one up at a time.
Okay, you can do that,
All right, I'm going to do it. Yes, go ahead.
So basically, so I've had a girlfriend for 3 years, okay, and I don't feel like I'm sexually attracted to
Well, let it simmer. Let there be some space in that.
Of course. As in, when I'm with her, I like to be with her, I cuddle with her, and all the normal stuff. And, when it gets to the sexual part, I don't really like to partake in it, But I like to masturbate over, maybe, say, other women, I like to watch porn a lot. I don't know. Is that like a bad question? Or?
Well, that's what you're just telling me what you like to do. I mean,
Yeah.
do you want advice from me or something?
Yeah, yes, please. I don't know if I'm in the wrong for that, or is that weird, or...
Well, in what ways would it be wrong?
I feel like she doesn't feel like, she's worth enough. Because, like, when it gets to the point that we, have sex, I feel like when I tell her I don't want to, it kind of makes her feel down. Obviously, I love the girl. I don't want her to feel down. But I don't feel...
So what are you, Australian or English?
No, I'm British.
Isn't this a normal thing for British people, this kind of thing?
Well, I feel like when I explain it to my friend group, they kind of say, like, what? It's kind of weird. But, like, I don't know. I want to... That's good.
Well, you don't have to worry about what other people think. You need to focus on what you think about it and what you feel about it. If you think it's a problem, then stop it.
But I feel like,
Do you feel like you're hurting yourself or hurting your partner by doing it?
I feel like I'm hurting my partner more than...
Okay, then if you feel like, keep it simple. It's not, don't get into psychology, you know what it means? We think too much.
Yeah.
If you feel like you're hurting your partner by doing it, then don't do that.
Okay, so you feel like I should just stop the porn and just deal with the fact that I need to fuck her?
If you feel like you're hurting somebody by what you're doing, then don't do that, especially if it's your partner. All right, thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yo, welcome back. Dr. Rob, so I got cut off on my follow-up question to my OCD. I don't know if you remember. So, basically my question was, so I've already told you I've had OCD for my entire life. I've constantly been washing my hands, and I can't get my mind off it. Like, there's been points where I've been washing my hands to the point where they get bloody, and I've also it's really hard for me to talk about that. I've also I don't want to talk about it, but I really need your advice on how to stop, because I've asked my psychiatrist how to fix my OCD.
All right, I just want to pause for a sec, everybody. I just want to pause for a sec, everybody, and let you know that we are live on YouTube. So if you guys can go and check out the live stream, leave a like, say hello to everybody, do a little bit of a raid. We're live on YouTube right now, and we got a bunch of people in there, and you guys could tell them all to go. Yeah, but tell all the people here to go and check out the YouTube channel, please, if I could get your endorsement.
Check out Dr. Rob's YouTube
Thank
channel.
you. All right, so let's get a new question here. I recommend the OCD guy. I recommend you work with your psychologist for now and try to figure it out. All right?
Yo, Dr. Rob,
Yes.
are you a nonce?
Excuse me.
I said, are you a nonce?
Are you being disrespectful intentionally to show off to your friends?
Yeah.
Well, that's not a good idea, is it? That's quite shallow and superficial. So this is a time where we can really maybe get a little bit of value out of this experience and this situation. So we're going to try to do that, everybody, okay?
I have a question.
Okay.
What do you think about anti-contact, non-offending pedophiles? Like
What do you
someone
mean?
who's fundamentally against adult-minor relationships, but they're still attracted to them.
What do I think about that?
Yeah, is it harmful for those people to exist?
Well, what's the alternative? I mean, people like that do exist. Are you someone like that? Are you a non-contacting pedophile?
I'm not going to explain, but I don't know I don't know what the alternative is.
Well, we all have different. I saw some memes on TikTok recently about it was like a 25-year-old lady, And the post was, I finally realized that I'm not a pedophile. Actually, I just have OCD with intrusive thoughts. So there's all kinds of weird things with the mind. And actually, we need to learn how to have a deeper relationship with our mind that's not thought-based. So like what I teach people to practice in meditation is to practice not thinking, right? And so it's developing a relationship with yourself or your mind or life or reality that's not based on thoughts, not based on thinking. You see what I'm saying? So
I see what you're saying.
So I would recommend, anybody to focus on being a good person, focus on meditation, and don't allow the thoughts that happen in the head to define you. It's like, well, I have to be a pedophile, or I have to be not a pedophile, or I have to be a gay person, or I have to be a straight person. Like, why do you have to be any kind of person? Just live. Be a kind person, be a good person, be a generous person, and don't create an identity out of sexual desire. That's what a monkey does.
Okay, fair enough.
If we kill,
That's
if
good
we
advice.
kill everybody that thinks about hurting other people, that's probably, we're gonna have to kill a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So try to change your mind, try to change your life. If you have negative thoughts, dangerous thoughts, then that's an invitation for you to stop thinking and go deeper into your own mind. Learn how to meditate, learn how to control your mind and change your identity and change your way of being to not be messed up and dangerous, for yourself, messed up for yourself, dangerous to yourself and to others.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks for the advice.
Sure. Well, there you have it, everybody. We had a guest who is a non-contacting pedophile on the show. That's interesting. All right, next question. Maybe it's going to be hard to follow that up. All right, let's bring up the... Yes, meow meow?
Nothing. Hi.
Okay. Yes. So let's bring up the young black man. Okay, shush. Please be quiet, all right? We're handing out these roles very liberally, I see. Go ahead, Mr. Jaw. Brother Jaw.
So this is like kind of a monk-directed question, but if compassion is universal, should a monk treat a cruel but attractive person the same as a kind but unattractive person?
Yeah. I mean, if you have that level of compassion, right, that deeper level of compassion in the mind, you're treating everything with compassion. You're treating space with compassion. And that compassion is based in not the freedom from this compulsive picking and choosing and judging. So you can't really be deeply compassionate as much as you're always judging everybody around you, judging everything around you.
But do you feel like that would be a contradiction because that would go against your morals, like as yourself, because you partly have morals for yourself and you indirectly judge someone without saying it, even if you have compassion?
Not if they have that level of compassion.
Do you feel like people can reach that level of compassion?
What?
That's the real question. Do you feel like people can reach that level of compassion as to where they believe that no matter how much moral judgment they have already pre-logged in their brain, they can choose compassion first?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. It just takes time, and it's a skill. It's something we have to develop. It's something we have to go into. That's where meditation comes in. That's where like tradition of Buddhism comes in. That's what it's all about.
So
it's very powerful.
Can I lead into another like kind of question? What do you feel about looks maxing as a whole as it's for itself?
Looks maxing is not a whole. It's not a big thing. It's not a special thing. Looks maxing is just the idea I want to be more attractive. So we have to accept that. Like there's a community built around it. There's people that talk about it. There's people that, take on positions about it. But it's not a special like deep philosophy or worldview. It's just a simple idea. If we're more attractive, our life will be better. That's it.
Okay, so Okay, so my last question I want to ask you is, if attachment is the root, like the root of suffering, why are like humans biologically wired to seek beauty and approval?
It's just animalistic biology. So there's supposed to be a difference between a human being and an animal. But the way that we're moving towards living and being, like in modern times with the algorithms specifically, the AI algorithms, is pushing us towards this animalistic state, like this hyper fixation on sex and appeal. So for me, as being a 33-year-old man, that was a monk for 8 years, I'm a little bit removed from like that high school mentality, that fire, that seeking to be hot, and now with the social media, it's like it's being advertised to you everywhere, right? Like you could be the hot guy, you could be the cool hot guy, the bad boy or whatever. So it's
It's a
tough.
struggle, you think, between. So if you were in charge of trying to let the youth know a message that really will reshape their way their lives is for everyone on this call, what would you say?
You should be a good person, and that's something that you can do. So when you
But the thing
know,
is, but the thing
well,
is,
don't
it's
interrupt,
easy to.
right? Don't
Yeah,
interrupt
sorry, my
when
fault,
you've
my
asked
fault.
a question to somebody they're trying to answer. Be a good person. You know when you have an intention to harm. You know when you're holding on to anger, you're holding on to nastiness towards someone, you're holding on to wanting to harm someone, and then you act it out. Don't do that. And if you feed that and you fuel that, it's going to make your life much worse later on.
Can I ask you into like a follow up question? But what do you define as good and bad? Because
Kindness,
you.
meanness, anger, forgiveness, gentleness, roughness, punishment, helping. It's not a
You.
philosophy.
Mhm.
It's not a philosophy thing. You know what I mean? It's you know what's good
So you
and
don't
bad.
think? Okay,
Nobody
so
knows.
let me give you.
Nobody has a
Mhm.
capacity to know more of what's good or what's bad than you, and you have an innate capacity to know if you're being good. Just for example, some guys have problems with porn. Right? They have problems with masturbation. They can't help themselves, and then they say, "Wow, I have a problem," right? And it's really big. And so I know that that's bad, and I don't want to do that. Then they do that. How do they feel? They feel bad, right? Now the opposite of that is that there's an opportunity for you to do good, for you to help somebody, for you to be kind to somebody, for you to be a protector instead of a bully, right? For you to be generous with something to help someone else, not selfish. How does that make you feel? Makes you feel good. So it's a common law, right? If you do good, really, you feel good. If you do bad, really, you feel bad. And that's why I was kind of lucky the way that I came up because I
Mhm.
was compulsively doing bad. I was doing people dirty. I was scamming. I was selling fake weed. I used to have a problem with like porn and stuff and masturbation as well. So it's like, you would see you're in that throw of addiction. You're doing something that's causing you more pain and suffering, but you can't stop it. But when we can see that, we have more of an opportunity actually to turn it around, to be a protector, to be a good person. Because if we don't ever see that, we live in like this Cheeto town, Fortniteville. I don't know what girls do because I'm not a girl, but Boyfriendville or whatever, cool girl, fun timeville, whatever. And we never think deeply about anything that we do. And then when life becomes deep, we're not equipped for that. And we become disassociated or we get into alcohol or, all kinds of different stuff that we get into. We won't be a good person. We won't help people. That's what we're on here on this planet to do is to help. And you can see like people leaving right now. People are leaving because they understand and they don't want to hear this. And so this is the kind of stuff that, I'm here to share. Is stuff that people don't want to hear, but is true and you can just practice it and you can remember it. Wow, oh,
So
if I do bad,
what do you feel about? Mhm. Continue,
please go
continue. My
ahead.
fault. I was gonna ask you because what do you call it? Tony's not a fan of my speech or any of that. I'm not really caring in a sense. But like really what confuses me sometimes is because we can define what we consider good, but someone else can just find that it's bad. So like kind of seeing like this.
It's not what I'm talking about is not about anybody else. It's like you telling your friend that lives 3 houses over that
Mhm.
you're not sure if taking out the trash is good or bad. Take out the fucking trash before you get that belt. You know what I mean? And something in those lines, but also there's the positive side of it where it's not about threatening. It's a way of helping. It's a way of sharing. It's a way of caring. You know, so now our parents respect us. They trust us because we do good, because we're not out of our minds. You know what I mean? It's not about what other people think or what people think is good or what people think is bad, etc. You know what I mean? So you have to
Yeah, I can kind of see
you
that. But
actually
like,
have
it's
to
a hard
learn.
balance. It's a hard
You
balance because you have
actually
to kind
have
of
to learn how to
yourself.
stop thinking. Like somehow, I mean, aren't like most kids or like a large percentage of kids, right, are going through high school, they've totally tuned out. Like going through school, they've totally tuned out, and some of them have been turned out. Barely know how to write, barely know how to read. They don't study anything. They don't learn anything. All they're ever doing is just messing around with other kids, right? Just fucking around, you know, ego shit and drama shit like a little sitcom, right? So how exactly, and I'm being honest with you, I'm not trying to make fun or anything like that, right? How did you become a philosopher? Not you, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, how did you become a psychologist? How did you become a philosopher? How did you become a deep thinker when you've never been involved with anything that's focused you in on the depth of thought, right? And any time that you had free was just consuming what the algorithm gave to you. So it's somehow we've in this environment where we're not really learning anything, we're not really developing in any meaningful way, we're not creating meaningful relationships or having meaningful experiences with like mentors or like just going out and having meaningful experiences that give us value and change our minds and open our minds, right? And that somehow we're the deepest functional thinkers. We're taking on all these different philosophies and these approaches. We're thinking about all these things. But when did you learn how to think that way? And the truth is that you never really did. But instead, you've learned to take on this superficial persona based on other inexperienced people, other children. Right? It's not that children are bad. It's just that they're lacking in, you know, meaningful, individualizing experiences.
So if someone is lacking, can I say that, like, you know, can something morally exist without karma? Like, because like it's kind of like in a sense, like I don't know. I feel like because you said are you a Buddhist monk currently yourself?
You got to humble yourself, man.
Nah.
Because it's a defense mechanism, right? It's a defense mechanism.
I can understand that it comes off as a defense mechanism, but if someone's asking you questions and they're asking your point of view, it can be seen as that. But I'm genuinely sitting here. I would have left the call if it was a defense mechanism. I wouldn't even want to hear. I would have blocked you out. But I'm here sitting down having a conversation with you. So I feel like that's just like an assumption of character.
Well, no, I'm saying thinking is a defense mechanism. Most of the time you don't need to think, and most of the things that you do are not based in thinking, right? It's not like we're going home and reading books and we're studying different philosophies and we're thinking deeply about this and that. We're grabbing the Cheetos, we're grabbing the tablet, we're getting on TikTok, we're getting on YouTube, and we're going to work and we're going to town. That's it. So what I'm saying is that actually there's some truth in that. Don't think. Meditate. You want to think deeply? Practice not thinking.
I do agree with that with myself because I understand the consciousness of like the frontal lobe and the midbrain and how it works. Like trusting yourself.
And none of that is correct. Really okay, next question.
Don't you speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, hello, Dr. Rob. Finally, we got that annoying ass nigger out the way.
Okay, let's be respectful if we come up. Next time you'll get banned, Tony.
That was funny, Dr. Rob.
All right.
Dr. Rob, I have a question for you, actually.
Hold on, we just got a super chat.
Oh shit, super chat. W's in the chat, guys.
W's in the chat, everybody. We just got a super chat. And you guys, if
That
you
was
guys got,
actually-
if your parents got a lot of money, don't be shy to send a super chat. Support the stream. We have TTS open, so.
Honestly,
Dr.
everyone
Alright,
said
All right,
it
go
is
ahead,
Dr. Rob.
B12. Go ahead, B12. All right, let's get
what
EQ.
about
I've
the
been
B-
wanting to hear what EQ has to say.
Okay. I don't think he wants to come up.
He's got his hand raised.
Where the hell did B12 go?
B12, what's going on, man?
I don't know. I think something bad happened to him. I mean, he was telling me about how his dad
Here we
touched
go.
him in like. In
Go
a
ahead,
public
shut up,
places.
meow meow. Be quiet. EQ, go ahead.
This has to do with your recent conversation. Which is more beneficial, your character or your looks?
Well,
This is
your
like,
character, because your character is what you carry with you all the time. You know, it's like you guys are being manipulated into this, especially young guys, right? Especially young white guys, I think. This LARP of like your parents being millionaires and you driving the Bugatti down to Monaco and looking great and feeling great and being fit and having the money. The women are around, they're beautiful. And it's just a LARP. And it doesn't have anything to do with you actually being with yourself when you have to go to sleep at night. You see what I'm saying? So building up your character, if you're seeing the world through this view of high school and like this desire to have multiple sexual partners and to be like a cool guy or a bad guy, then a bad boy, then, you know, that makes sense. But if you're actually trying to develop yourself in your life, I don't know, to have good mental health as you get into your 20s, to be a good father, to be a good friend, to be a good partner, etc., then you want to develop your character. And your character is primarily going to be based on your willingness to give, right? Your willingness, your practice of generosity, of caring, of sharing, of being a good person. And you don't have to ask anybody. It's like you don't need to follow any philosophy to ask the question inside of yourself, what does it mean to be good? You know, what does it mean for me to be a good person? And so all of the LARPing about like the frontal lobe or, well, what's the correct philosophy of goodness? That's all bullshit. Ask yourself, what does it mean for me to be good? It's not a debate topic. It's not something to be convinced about or argue about. It's something for you to find in yourself and to practice in yourself. You know, you don't need to debate with anything. You don't need to debate with anyone. You have to learn how to stop debating with yourself.
all right, thank you. That's all I had to ask. I'll
Okay.
step down.
Welcome.
Dr. Rob, can I finish my question, please?
Go ahead. Give it a try.
All right, yes.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have to ask you a question first. Are you a cool guy or are you a bad boy?
Well, Dr. Rob, I've always been.
Are you a
bad boy.
cool guy or are you a bad boy?
Well, Dr. Rob, we know that this is a bad boy.
Okay. Well, bad boys aren't allowed up here.
Oh, clock it. I think B12 wanted to ask you an intellectual question. Or just me. Dr. Rob, you know I was the one who sent you a super chat. Why are you not being appreciative? Gosh, you're so rude, honestly.
Well, it wasn't for a lot of money, was it?
I would like to thank you
mean-
for letting me back up here. I do have a question for you, Dr. Rob, if you would like to stop disconnecting me.
Who said I disconnected you?
I did. I'm intellectual enough to know that you disconnected me due to your attitude.
Do you know that that's true?
Yeah, I
And did you just say that I had an attitude? I'm the teacher.
Yeah,
How do I have an attitude?
Well, the teachers usually do have to be stern and have an attitude to get something across. So yeah, it's possible.
All right, go ahead. What's your question, bad boy?
So if I wanted to actually become a monk and travel around the world, how would I go about that? Rob?
Well, if you don't shut your mouth, how are you going to be a monk? Don't you know that monks shut their mouths?
Well, not all the time, because you're a
But-
monk and you don't shut your mouth. not disrespectfully. I'm just saying, like, in general, you know?
Sometimes we're quiet. When we ask a question, then we let the silence do most of the talking. then we can actually receive the question.
False.
Don't worry about
Your
getting a
brain
quick. Don't worry about
That's a
getting a
false
quick
fallacy,
answer.
Rob.
Don't worry about getting a quick answer. Okay? And don't worry about you being smarter than me. Don't worry about that. Okay? All right, well, it looks like everybody's come up and asked their questions. I don't think that there's any more work for us to do here. I think we've
Honestly,
drained the
I think
swamp,
there's three
so to
more
speak.
people that want to ask a question. There's three more people that want to ask a question, actually.
Hello, Dr. Rob.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, but we had a talk about Buddhism and the way to live your life properly. Do you
Okay.
remember that?
Go ahead, Oatson.
Okay, well, I wanted to talk about the time when I called you a paedophile. Yeah, so you're just a paedophile for 8 years.
It's not appropriate. Be respectful, guys.
Honestly, why would he say that?
I think we should bring Jaw on the stage.
Ja, no, he has stupid fucking questions. Let's bring up Tony Mont, honestly.
Hello, Dr. Rob.
All right, everybody, you
Sir.
guys can join the live stream. We've got the live stream going on YouTube, so hop over there, check it out, and we can ask. You can ask your question.
Rob,
you can
don't
send a
abuse your
super
perms
chat.
again, okay, kid?
Let's see if I
Go
can
ahead
ban
and
you.
chill out on that.
Oh.
Okay, so we have to uproot the toxicity as much as we can. There's a difference between playfulness and toxicity, and when those mix, please shush your mouth. When those mix very
Excuse
deeply,
me, I'm agreeing with you.
when those mix very deeply, then it's Karina and Meow Meow killing a girl in the woods that said something about Karina's
what?
mother. I'm being real with you guys. I'm just letting you know. When you mix toxicity with playfulness, it goes to dark, dark places. So playfulness is
I'd kill
okay.
someone for Karina.
Playfulness is okay, but we want to care. We don't want to be callous, right? We want to be careful, full of careness, full of caring. We can be playful, we can be bad boy, but don't be a toxic guy who's going to kill his girlfriend and put her in a suitcase because life gets worse as more challenging as you get older, and that's not what you wanted, right?
Hello, Tony. What is your question?
Yeah, so Dr. Rob, I want to be a bad boy and I want to go around the world being an international play.
Nobody cares.
Dr. Rob, are you leaving now?
All right, everybody. Well, we're about to close it down. Let's see if Alex wants to say anything.
No, don't leave us. Don't leave us.
Let's see if
Don't
Alex.
kill
Well, this
myself.
kind of disrespect
Don't
is
leave
unbelievable.
us.
All right, go ahead, Alex.
Dr. Rob, we'll miss you.
Yo.
Yeah,
What's your
you're
question,
ugly.
Alex?
Nah, I'm just chilling, bro. I'm just eating breakfast.
Okay, bro, that's good.
Honestly, I hope you choke on that.
All right, so I'll teach you
Stop
guys
it.
how to
Rob, how
meditate,
old is
okay?
your
I'll
wife?
teach you guys how to meditate. Okay?
Okay.
let's
You ready?
meditate.
Okay. Yeah. Have we started yet?
Just do what I'm doing.
Okay.
What's your question?
What's the one where you go
Wait, can I ask something?
Yes.
What is your biggest advice on dealing with hatred? Like the feeling of hatred?
From someone else or from yourself?
Both.
What kind of hatred you experiencing?
No, because, for example, someone did something to you and you feel hatred towards them. That kind of affects me as well, I want to learn how to stop, how to forgive and forget.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, you just got to let that shit go. I mean, that's life. And we create an identity. I mean, you see this stuff on TikTok. It's absolutely crazy, but That's life. Like shit happens, crazy shit happens. And do you want to be a TikTok mommy or a TikTok girl or a TikTok lady, or you want to be do you want to be life? You know what I
I already
mean?
am a mommy.
So
Oh shit, somebody sent you something, Dr.
yeah,
Rob.
Jerry sent a donation.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. Oh my god.
Thank you, Jerry. I love you.
Well, it's just a little bit of money. I mean, that's not a lot of money. All right, so
Dr. Rob, you're fucking ungrateful as shit,
so you
honestly.
really gotta you really gotta stop personalizing that experience. It's just life.
Yeah.
You stop making an identity about it. You think about it. You remember, it's like, oh, that shit sucks. I don't want to think about that. So you don't.
So it's like kind of like a practice.
It's like a
That's what you're saying,
practice.
like
Yeah,
you
it's you can learn to meditate. You can also bring well-known advisors, or I don't know how to say it. It's kind of like anime. You bring powerful beings into your mental circle. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
Think of it this way, okay? If you go to school and your mom is a single mom with some fucking crazy deadbeat boyfriend, and your mom likes to drink, and you go to school and people bully you, is that really that surprising? Probably not, because that's who you have with you. Do you see what I'm saying? That's who you bring with you. Like, that's who's behind you. And so if you were to bring in, like, I know this probably, you don't necessarily have the connections to get this or to go in this direction, but if you were to bring in like 50-year-old English, UK Buddhist nun, you know what I mean? And you listen to her talks and you open up your heart to that kind of energy, that's going to be with you. And in the same way that they would feel, your abuser or your neglector or whoever it would be with you, now you got somebody else. And this kind of mental energy, right, or this mental skill that person has, they can't be abused. They can't be neglected. You know what I mean? And it's deeper than the body. It's deeper than the physical stuff. It's like a mental field. There's like a mental field that exists that isn't thought-based, not word-based. And when we practice to meditate, like sitting up straight, crossing our legs, and not thinking, and you can just like focus on your breath, for example, then you won't think, and then you extend that, you open yourself up to the connection with that field that helps to heal. Because then you have that power. You have that power to stop thoughts. You have that power to cut that way of thinking. And this is just the best way that I can explain it to you and say it to you. You know what I mean?
No, I understand. I'm not Buddhist, but I practice spiritualism, so I kind of get it. I'm just kind of figuring my way out.
Well, I wish I could do more, I am here to help. I am here to support you. But it's quite a difficult situation, because we have such a relationship with shallowness. We just have shallow lives, shallow experiences, very superficial. So how do we get out of that?
That's true.
How do we see that there's something deeper than that? And for most of y'all, you'll never see anything deeper than that. And then, you probably won't be very good parents. I mean, that's the cycle. That's the American cycle. You know what I mean? It's like this idea that TikTok addicts are going to somehow magically be good parents. It doesn't really work like that. So, and then people say, well, I want to be a good parent. Well, it takes a lot more than that.
Do you want kids?
Me and my wife aren't planning to have kids currently.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Rob, if you have a child, can you name it Meow Meow?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Dr. Rob, where are you from? Like, what's your ethnicity?
All right, so it's time for karaoke, right?
He's half black.
Are you half black? What the hell?
That's why he sent the N-word song. Yo, Dr. Rob, can you give me a concert, please?
Hombe
This nigga smoked too much weed, bro. Oh, hell no.
Bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha.
Honestly, I have a song request.
Shush. Teata om bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha. Teata om bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha. You all should tell your parents about me. Tell your parents that you met a
Why?
33-year-old man, former monk, online, and he gave a lecture in your little group.
That a 33-year-old
Tell
man
your
tried to
mom,
groom
tell
me.
your dad, tell your grandparents.
I will.
Teata
Actually,
om
Dr. Rob, I have a song request.
bekanze
Can you sing Ultraviolet by Lana Del Rey?
bekanze maha
Okay, well, if you keep ignoring me, I'm
bekanze
actually gonna get angry.
ranza
Oh
samungate soha. Teata om bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha. Teata om bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha. Teata om bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha.
I was gonna say, I feel like he's lying that he was a previous monk, but I mean monk, but like the fact that you can do that is, I mean,
Does it sound cool? Does it really sound cool, guys? Be honest with me. Don't
fucking
blow
love
smoke
it.
up my rear end. Does it really sound
No,
like
no, it's the
based and
Tibetan
cool?
monk thing.
Sounds so good.
It's Tibetan monk stuff.
Honestly, that's talent.
What if a motivational teacher came to your school and started doing that throat singing for you guys? How would you guys feel? Would you listen to what he had to
It turned me
say?
on.
Okay, you're getting disconnected. All right, everybody. So thank you for having me. I wish you all well in your journeys.
Oh my God, Dr.
And
Rob, I love you.
I'll see you next time, okay? We do want to see if Blythe wants to ask her question before we go. Come on up, Blythe.
Honestly, yeah.
Hey.
Ask your question.
Oh, this bitch.
Okay. Let me just gather the balls.
Okay, real.
Why the fuck would I ask you how to look better when you're a chud?
He doesn't give Lucas Maxon advice. He gives life advice.
Because
Mind
why
maxing.
would I hire a fat personal trainer?
I give mind maxing advice.
Yeah, clock it, Dr. Rob.
So can you
And you
teach
can
me how to
ask
do the
anybody
breast
here.
milk?
You can ask the baddest boys here. Dr. Rob's got the juice. So you keep your opinion really
kind of
open. Keep your opinion open. That's all I'm saying. Keep your opinion open. You can ask B12. You can ask Dude. You know, these are guys who are usually bad boys. These are guys who would never take a step back
Bad
and
little
listen, would never listen to some guy coming in saying he's going to talk about meditation and light. They would never listen to that. But they know that Dr. Rob's got the juice, and they appreciate that, don't they?
I do appreciate
These are my
you,
boys. These are my guys. And they know
Little
that when
boy.
GTA 6 comes out, it's Snowden, sleepover, PS5, VR vibes all night long. Isn't it?
Hell yeah, Rob.
With my
All
little
right.
boys.
All right.
Wait, we're playing GTA 6 together?
It online's not
Thank
going to
you,
be out
Dr. Rob.
forever, so. But if we were snowed in, that's what we'd be doing.
Okay, Rob, let's do it.
All right, let's do it right now. Let's hack it.
Yeah, let's hack him.
Okay. 10, 9,
Nine,
8,
eight,
7, 6,
six,
5, 4,
Oh my god, it's everywhere.
3, 2, 1. So all I'm telling you guys to do is
You
just
bust a nut, Rob?
please be quiet, young man. Be respectful. All I'm telling you guys to do is notice that space, that absence of thoughts, and just allow that, man. Just give space for that space. And if you're feeling down, if you're in a situation, just go back to that space, take a walk, and focus on your breathing. And remember Dr. Rob. If you say Dr. Rob's name 3 times in your mind, I will come into your mind. If you allow me, if you open to me, and I'll be there to help you. That's
Rob,
real.
I have a
You'll hear
question.
my voice in your mind. You will hear
I
my
actually have a
voice in
question
your
for you.
mind if you call for me.
Oh, Rob. Goblin noises, bro.
Be
Alright,
respectful.
so
How
Rob,
many
I have a
times do I have to tell you to be respectful, B12?
Alright, Rob, I have a question. I'm sorry.
I want you to...
Stop
Okay.
being a bad boy.
Yeah, stop trying to be the bad boy. I'm the bad boy here. I'm the bad man
Rob,
here.
Tony's calling you an
Hello, everybody. Anybody watching have any questions? The destination is emptiness. And we will all get there. England or France? I thought England was eliminated by Argentina. But if I tell you who's going to win, I better get 50% or 25%. Huh. What's going on, Sab? Give you a break? Stabilize your mind? Yeah. So how's England going to beat France? Well, it's a 50-50 guess, so it's not particularly impressive. You didn't bet money on it, so that would be impressive. Risk and reward, right? Risk and reward. It's for third place? Oh. Maybe England? Oh my God. Definitely user. It's a very simplistic way to say it, but that's true. Kind of a tribal way to say it. But Buddhism is much, much, much more specific about these kinds of things. All around the world, DJ. All around the world and back again. I don't have a highest teaching. I'm not a master. I'm just a student. I'm just a practitioner. I don't have a highest teaching. My highest teaching is please be nice to me. That's my highest teaching. We are listening to the Dhamma talk. It's a live Dhamma talk with Master Yong Hua. So we're about to do the beginning prayers to start the talk. Respectfully request the Sangha of great virtues for the sake of this assembly and all living beings. Please turn the wonderful Dharma wheel to teach and guide us how to end birth and death, leave suffering and attain bliss, and quickly realize non-birth. Om Din Dai Duk Dang Tin Bi Tu Fa Voi Cao Na Die Jung San Tin Chun Diu Fa Luan Yao Dao Nai Mong Du Ha Liu San Dua Tu Li Ko Dak La Úc Chung Vô San. Homage to the Blessed. Homage to the Blessed, Noble, and Perfectly Enlightened One.
Namo Saranto Suchedo Ye La Hudi Sam Miao San Poto Sie.
Namo Saranto Sie Kyuryo Ye Elehadi San Myo San Puto Se.
Namo Tatata Toya Daya La Hade Tam Tampo Datwa.
Namo Tatata Togya Dada Alahade Tamyo Tambo Tata. Profound, subtle, and wonderful Dharma in 100,000 million eons is difficult to encounter. Now that I am able to see and hear it, or receive and maintain it, I vow to fathom the thus come one's true and actual doctrines. Wu Shang Shen Shun Wei Miao Fa Bai Qin Wan Jie Nan Zhao Yu Wo Jin Jian Wen De Shou Qi Yun Jiru Lai Zin Hui.
The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, great Master Chucha, great Master Shinua, all good monks and nuns, and all good young advisors, Amitofo.
Amitofo.
诸佛菩萨、诸者大士、师父上人各位、出家人各位、善知识，弥陀佛。
Amitofo.
Chư Phật Bồ Tát kính thưa trí đại sư Tịnh Tịnh Hóa, quý thầy cô và quý vị thiện sư thích A Di Đà Phật.
A Di Đà Phật.
Hello everyone, today is the 18th of July 2026. Thank you for joining our discussion of the Vimalarkirti Sutra. It's on slide 31. The beginning of chapter number 2 talks about Pure Land. This is where we are introduced to this lay person, one of the elders of the city, Vaishali, and his name is Vimalarkirti. So give you a description of a lay person who was actually a Buddha in disguise. The Buddha in this time here chose to come to our world. He's from a different world, far away, as a lay person. Excuse me. And so why did he come? He come in order to teach lay people as well as left home people alike. And And so we are getting glimpses at what are his qualifications, what he achieved, and how he got there. All right? So on slide 31, it says he attained the patience and non-production. Patience and non-production is a level of wisdom in Buddhism. Why is it called patience and non-production? Non-production means that he can stop thinking. Non-production means no thoughts can arise at all. This is under his control. He can think or he can choose not to think. That's what differentiates a superior person from the others. Superior people, they can choose not to think. Ordinary people do not have that choice. And of course, when you get at that level, there are many more levels where you actually are better and better and better at it, infinitely better. Okay? The patient non-production, it sounds like it's the same, but actually his level is extremely high. Much higher, for example, than the patient non-production of, let's say, a fourth-stage arhat. Below fourth-stage arhat, it's not possible for you to have non-production. You cannot stop thoughts. Fourth-stage arhats are higher, you can stop thoughts. Okay, so it's a skill. It is a level of wisdom. It's real that you're able to attain this, to achieve this level of self-mastery. Patience. Patience means that, I explained this before, it's important to repeat it for you. Patience means that he got to this level of non-production through the cultivation of patience. And this is also another characteristic. So this is another methodology that's very Buddhist. I rarely see this kind of teaching outside of Buddhism. In Buddhism, we emphasize patience. When you first start coming to Lu Mountain Temple, to Wei Mountain Temple, to Gold Forest, to Jewel Flower, and so forth, all our way places, okay, you will be first trained to develop your patience. Patience means that it's unpleasant, and yet you hang in there. It's difficult, and yet you don't give up. In everything. Okay? Ordinary people, they can be patient. For example, a man who wants to make a fortune can be real patient. A person who likes to be creative can be patient in that process. Patience for us in a China world, in American Mahayana, is patience in everything. Okay, so as we go through our daily lives, when things are unpleasant, that's how we practice patience, folks. It starts with a Chan class, Chan training, full lotus, because you're learning to be patient with your pain, with your discomfort. But it extends to everything in life. You have to learn to be patient with whatever bothers you, whatever you don't like. Okay, and that's how you develop true wisdom. Do not think Buddhism is simply crossing your legs in full lotus. Do not mistakenly think Buddhism is ascetic practices where you eat one meal a day or two or whatever. Do not think Buddhism is just offering to Buddhas. Buddhism is to do those things so that you have the blessings to practice patience. You cannot buy money. You cannot buy with money patience. You have to earn it. You have to develop that skill. Okay? And so the Master Tutor here chose to explain this as a praise of Vimalakirti. To me, I take it from a different perspective. I'm more interested. Yes, Vimalakirti is an outstanding individual. I highly admire him, okay? But he's way beyond me. And therefore, what I'm presenting to you is something that, from my perspective, from my viewpoint, where how do I get there? This is not meant to reduce his achievement. I'm only saying it's there, up there. How do I get there? How do you get there? That's my angle, okay? But Master Tutor is different. Master Tutor is up there already. So he says, this is so interesting. This is actually the praising of Dharma body, okay? And so forth. All right? And any questions? Next. And here we are now told by Master Tutor on slide 32 that Vimalakirti, or which translates into pure name. Vimalakirti is Sanskrit for pure name. And he's actually golden grain Tathagata. Okay. And so he's a Buddha already. He has achieved, okay, this is another jargon for you, supreme patience of still extinction. That's the Buddha's patience of non-production. You see, I told you, different gradation, different levels. It has the top level, it is the supreme patience of non-production. Okay? And then he also tells us, this is the clues that help me understand, help convince me, as Master Tutor is so advanced, so high up there. He says, if you get to level equal enlightenment, which is a step below the Buddha, Buddha is extreme, supreme patience. Second, supreme patience is called upper level of this supreme patience. And then the highest level and equal enlightenment, which is one step below the Buddha, would be middle level. Okay? And interesting, I didn't know that. And then 10th ground, which is below equal enlightenment, would be lowest level of patience of still extinction, of non-production. Isn't that cool? It's for your reference. It's a lot to learn. We have quite a ways to go. Okay? And it's very challenging. Why did they do it? Because it's fantastic. All right? And what does it mean? Low level, middle level, and so forth. It's probably too technical for you, but this is of interest to me. Okay, I don't bother getting into it because it doesn't mean anything to you. Okay, it's very interesting. Okay, yes, 6.
Thank you, Master. In the relics exhibit, we have one relic of someone who reached equal enlightenment, am I right?
You only have one only.
We only have one, which is pretty
here
special.
at WMT, right?
At WMT,
yeah,
right.
I always remember.
So that person who reached that level is above 10th ground, but below Buddha.
Yes.
But still 2 more levels before he can reach Buddha. I don't know am I saying that correctly?
He'll become Buddha next.
Oh, he'll be Buddha next. Wow. Well, that's amazing. Thank you, Master.
And when he becomes Buddha, he'll be into something called the Buddha in waiting. So when he's supposed to become a Buddha, he then move to an area called Buddha in waiting, like Maitreya Bodhisattva, who's a Buddha in waiting. He's a Buddha already, but he says, I'm going to hold off until my disciples are ready. Then I become Buddha to help them. You don't just become a Buddha. You become a Buddha because you're supposed to help your disciples. Isn't that cool? So Maitreya, for example, is qualified to be a Buddha, but he says, no, I'm going to wait for all of you. Yeah, he says, these people are not ready yet, so I'm going to wait until Yunghua is no good. So, if I come right now, it's no good. So I need to give Yunghua more time to prepare you to, to get help from me. Yes. Isn't that exciting? Now, Francis is so excited. Yeah, goodbye, Master. Sayonara.
Not yet, Master. So eco-enlightenment is above 10 ground, and
yes.
Are there like multiple levels within eco-enlightenment?
Yeah, it's always gradations. It's like American. We have American, which is like my president. I mean. and then me, who is like a beggar. So there's a wide range here of American. So eco-enlightenment is the same thing. In Buddhism, we have a lot of talented people, folks. Don't think that you're alone. There's so many of us. Like Buddhas and eco-enlightened bodhisattvas and 10th ground, 9th ground, and so forth, and 8th ground. Look around you closely. Okay? And the problem with people who are higher than us, we cannot see them. Cannot see them. We only see people as much as Srinivas says, below us. That's how it is. And think about it. We have so many of these talented people. You think that we are scared of the demons? No, we're not. Okay? There's so many of them who are quietly watching over us and say, okay, I let the demon harm you for a while to make you humble. Teach you to be more humble. Huh? Okay? So it's so cool. We have a huge network of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who are working day and night to help us, to guide us. Okay? These are supreme beings. And they do it invisibly. They don't need our recognition. They don't need to say, oh, that's another notch in your gun barrel on your revolver. When you're cowboy's time, you get a bandit and you carve out, a notch there, and another one. Oh, I killed another bandit. No, they help left and right. Okay, there's so many of them. Don't think that they're ignoring you. They simply are patiently, first of all, they're helping us invisibly. Number two, they're patiently waiting for us, waiting to help us to the next level. And that's typical of that kind of behavior that you see in Maitreya Bodhisattva. He's waiting. He said, okay, the best thing for me to do is wait so that I can help a bunch of people very quickly. Okay? So he'll let me train you for now, help you build patience, slap you a few times here and there. Okay? Okay? And that's part of your training until Maitreya comes. Forget about your war. Here you go. Yes, sir. Now Diego is so excited. Hello, Maitreya. Goodbye, Bodhi light.
Thank you, Master.
A lot of Buddhists are like that. I say, forget about Master Yunghua, Master Shenhua, and so forth. I am praying to Maitreya Bodhisattva. And they're right. Yeah. Yes, 8.
Thank you, Master.
Now you all know you don't need me anymore. Yes.
No, we need you, Master. We need you. Master, this reminds me of what you were saying earlier about that it's not only about them, but it's also about us, being that we need to deserve to be able to, for them to teach us. It's not only because most of us are always complaining like, why not me? But we don't do anything to really be ready for them to teach us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's not very polite of me to tell you bluntly that you taught because you deserve to be taught. Remember, they don't need to teach us, okay? They have lots of things to do. They're extremely busy. So we have to ask ourselves, why would they teach us? I know you think highly of yourself, you're special and everything, but ultimately they have a lot of people to help. Therefore, those who get help are the ones who deserve to be helped at that time. So I want you to have that proper attitude. Don't worry about why not me? What about me? You worry about working hard and in time, with your hard work and your dedication, you'll be taught. All right? Next. Attain unobstructed eloquence, roaming spiritual penetration, and all dharanis.
辩才无碍，游戏神通，带诸总持。
Okay, this is an interesting area. He says, this being, this Vimalakirti, is such an outstanding individual. And what does he do? And this is how Buddha described to you what these superior beings do, how they function. They have unobstructed eloquence. That means their mouth karma is superior. Okay? And it manifests itself, okay, for the worldly level, for worldly standards, eloquence, unobstructed. Nothing can obstruct them. No demons can do anything to them. Okay, and we explain more, getting more. We'll give you some more details. What I found to be interesting about eloquence. So there are standards of something called eloquence in Buddhism. It's not just words. Okay, and number 2, roaming spiritual penetration. Roaming is to roam around. Roam meaning you just go. You roam around as if there's no destination. You just roam. Think of a roaming ronin. Anyone understands the Japanese culture? I don't. But I watch a lot of movies. That's what comes to mind. That's how I learned about Japanese culture, through Japanese movies. What kind of movies? Samurai movies. Yeah, I like bloody things. Okay, violence is and so you know, a samurai is a knight, if you will. From Western culture, is a knight who has a master, who works for a lord. Okay, that's a samurai. He gets paid. He gets paid maybe 20 kokus a month, or maybe 1,000 kokus if you're a samurai instructor, where you teach people how to fence and kill people. Okay? But what happens in Japan is quite often the masters, the feudal lords, they get killed or they get demoted. They emperor, the emperor is unhappy with them and say, okay, you're done, you're out of here. Okay, so they asked the lord, the feudal lord, to commit seppuku. Seppuku, you know what seppuku is? Yeah, that's exactly right. You take that knife there, okay, they wrap it in white paper, okay. The short knife they have, there are two knives. Samurais have two knives. One long one to kill people and short one to kill themselves. You know, yeah? Three?
One long for fighting in battle, one short for fighting close distance, one small to kill yourself.
Oh, thank you. I only saw two.
Watch it again.
I will. Usually the long one to me is a lance. No? I say in the longer one?
The long
Amazing
sword
how much I'm learning from my lectures.
The long sword is for fighting outside in battle, but if you were in close quarters, you need something shorter to fight.
Yeah.
So it's too long to fight. So you have a medium
Like
sword.
within the houses.
Yeah, anywhere, any place.
The
that's
hallways.
shorter. Yeah. And then a super short one is for ceremonial that you don't wear with you in regular fighting. It's just to hold for just, looking cool. But that's the one you use to kill yourself.
Ah, so the ones I saw in the movies are the medium length. Ah, I didn't know that. So the seppuku thing is a different knife. No, that's very long.
Yeah, seppuku knife is a short knife. Like it's not super short like a
Yeah, the way you describe like this is like.
Oh, my fingers are short.
2 inches.
It's not correct to scale.
So anyway, so there's this short knife, okay, where they wrap the white paper, mind you, okay, probably the same paper they would use to write a poem before they commit seppuku, okay, and they wrap around it, and then they wear white, of course. White is purity, okay. Everything is in white, so they open the kimono, expose the tummy. Okay, and then they wrap the white paper and they and they go like this. And blood comes out. Yeah, there's a lot of blood. At least in the Japanese movies. So you see blood spilling out. And then pretty soon you see your intestines coming out as well. Mm-hmm. Okay. And you die. Okay, so that's how the Japanese feudal lord killed themselves. After the lord kills himself, then the clan under the lord it dissolved. And so the samurais who used to work under the Lord become ronins because they have no more masters. So ronins are masterless samurais. So they roam around. That's what roaming comes from. They go from one place to the next, to the next, to the next, doing menial work, maybe working a little bit here and there, and so what roaming is that you walk about without any sense of direction. Okay, meaning roaming spiritual penetration here, you're able to use your spiritual penetration to go places. Okay, and that's the karma of body. Okay, and then Odaranis refers to mind karmas. Okay, let's get some more details. Okay. Virtues of the mouth is eloquence. Is a speech, unobstructed eloquence.
And that's how you create Mount Karma's merit and virtue, which will create your Dharma wealth or blessings, if you will. Mahayana blessings. All right? The unobstructed eloquence, meaning there's no obstruction to their eloquence and how they express themselves. Okay? And therefore, Dharma unobstructed eloquence, principle unobstructed eloquence, word unobstructed eloquence, and delight in speaking unobstructed eloquence. Okay? And this is what bodhisattvas are supposed to develop. And this is why that in the morning ceremony we recite this mantra, okay, the good goddess mantra. Namo Voto, Namo Dhammo, Namo Sangye. See, I haven't done it for a long time, I still remember. Okay? That mantra there will help you develop eloquence. Okay? And so Dharma, unobstructed eloquence, refers to you can speak Buddha Dharma eloquently. Excuse me. Number two, principle unobstructed eloquence. Even though you speak Dharma, but doesn't necessarily mean you can speak the Buddhist principles eloquently. A lot of people, for example, they study on the 42 hands, the 42 section sutra, so they speak Dharma with eloquence, but they can't really penetrate the profound Buddhist principles. So when we talk about principles here, you're talking about pretty high level of wisdom. All right? So you talk about Buddhist principles with eloquence. Number three, words unobstructed eloquence. This is interesting. Just because you speak Dharma, you can speak the principles in Buddhism, you need to also have words eloquence. Meaning what? The use of language. Okay? So that's why these enlightened beings, they can write poems. And that's a skill of using words right there. You see that? That's why Master Hsuan Hua has words unobstructed eloquence. All right? Next level, finally. And so you see, I want you to understand the gradations here. First, you need to be able to speak about the Dharma without any fear, eloquently. Number two, you need, as you make progress, you'll be able to speak of the deeper principles without fear, eloquently. Number three, beyond that, you need to be able to use a worldly language to express in a way that more and more people will be able to understand and appreciate it. Okay? Not just Buddhist jargons. And that's what Master Hsuan Hua is about. He can speak the profound Dharma using very simple words. That's the Chan masters. That's their specialty. All right? Whereas you listen to most Dharma masters, they stick to the Buddhist jargons. They speak. I've learned, I heard so many of them. And this is what the Buddhist disciples want to hear nowadays. They only, if you speak and they don't understand, all they can hear from your words, your talk is one Buddhist jargon followed by another and so forth. I've listened to so many of them in Hong Kong, in here, in Garden Grove, in you name it. And these are very popular masters who earn a lot of praise and respect from the disciples and the peers, because many of them would go to university and get a degree, PhD degree in Buddhology, or or they study a lot of Buddhist scriptures, and so when they speak Dharma, they use a lot of these different Buddhist jargons, and they change them endlessly. I used to listen to this one master, this 20 years ago, over 20 years ago in Garden Grove. He's pretty good. He's well known in that area. And he invited me because he wanted to impress me. We knew I had Lu Mountain Temple. Maybe I should consider becoming his disciples. So I listened to him for about an hour. And I was so bored to death. And I was the number one seat, right there in front of everyone. So he spoke Dharma, and I was so bored, and I was scared of falling asleep. The worst thing you can do is doze off as a number one seat. See, Master Z can doze off anytime he feels like it. It doesn't bother me. But not me. I was terrified. And this, I'm grateful to him. It's funny to you, but I'm grateful to him ever since I knew that every time I sat down, when someone else is lecturing, I always make sure I can learn. I learn how to be awake the whole time, no matter how bored I was. Master Yi, he shows it's true appreciation. Poor guy. So anyway, and every time people would come out with these lectures, and it's, the master is fantastic. He speaks Dharma so beautiful. Between parentheses, I didn't get a single thing out of it. It's so advanced. True Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, I don't understand at all. Okay? So in contrast, Master Shinhua, he speaks using very simple words. Okay? Why? It's because he designed, and this is why number 3 is important, designed to motivate you to cultivate, not to know, not to understand. Next level. Okay? You need to understand number 2, the Buddhist principles well enough for you to be able to explain back and forth. Okay? Left and right. But next level would be to be able to explain it in simple words that people can understand and put it into practice. To motivate people to practice. That's my teacher's skill. It's the only one I found who's like that. And number 4, goes beyond that. Master Shinhua goes to the next level. Delight in speaking. Meaning that he enjoys speaking Dharma, and people who listen love listening. I remember as an idiot, I would listen to his tape lectures every day. I loved it. In Chinese. Mind you, it's Chinese, I didn't understand. I still loved it. It's some sort of spell, let me tell you. Okay, so interesting. This number 4 is, the point here, folks, is that the job of a monk is to speak Dharma, right? A lot. Most of the time, the Buddha speaks Dharma. That's all he does. Primarily speaks Dharma. He goes everywhere. Let me speak Dharma to you. Someone offers him lunch, he speaks Dharma after eating. Okay? Emperors invite him to the palace, he speaks Dharma to the emperor and the court. So, you understand here, this is what Buddhism is about. If this is what you do all day, if this is what your primary line of work, you might as well enjoy it. Yes, it's hard work for you right now. You're so, how much longer? Okay? That's will bring you, this is a training for you to get to the point where you actually delight in cultivating. Yes, Diego.
Thank you, Master. Master, for us to have this eloquence, we also need to have affinities with people because, for example, I don't feel that many affinity when listening to Master Shenhua, but when I listen to you, I'm so happy. And it works different for you. So,
And bless you. Thank you.
so for this, do we need to have affinities with people so we can also have this eloquence with them?
It's not always the case. What happens is that the affinity helps with the eloquence. So on the receiving end, first of all, you have the eloquence yourself. Okay? You have the skills. But whether the listeners can appreciate it or not is something else. That's point number one. You're right. And maybe there's certain more affinities and whatever. Plus, I speak in English. He spoke in Chinese. Okay, and the translation, unfortunately, they lose a lot. I'd say 25% minimum in the translation. Because Master Hsien Hua, I love listening to him in Chinese. Even though I didn't understand much, I understood about 10% at best, but I loved it. Every single word I was able to understand, it sunk in. I connected with those 10% of his talk, and that's good enough for me. So it's a huge difference there. And furthermore, the other aspect of it is that even though you don't have affinity with him, the eloquence generates affinity. So it works both ways. All right? I'm only explaining to you from the perspective of the Dharma speaker, that I want you to understand that in cultivation, you understand that, there's a struggle, there's hard work and all those things, but ultimately, you discover that even though it's not easy, but you enjoy it more and more and more and more. It becomes, until when you reach the end goal, becomes a delight. And I want you to know it's not like from here until there. It's always hard work. Actually, you pay attention, actually it's more fun, even more fun, and so forth and so forth and so forth. This is why we're doing it. That's why I'm doing it. Every day is a struggle, but there's also some brief moments where it's so cool. All right? See these 4 levels of eloquence. You see that? Okay, more details for you. We're not talking about only generalities. We're talking about actually details on how it's gauged. The Buddha is pretty detailed, actually. Okay, in the past, we stuck with the 4-level eloquence just to give you a general idea, but I want you to understand that from the general 4-level eloquence, you can go to more details. And this is one way of describing more, giving you more details. That's another form, another list as well. But we're not meant to teach you everything. I just want you to be exposed to these concepts, how interesting it is. Okay? What is eloquence? Buddha described eloquence has one way to describe eloquence is seven different aspects of eloquence. Okay? One is rapid eloquence, okay? Meaning you immediately reply without hesitation to everything. What does it tell you? No thinking. Someone throws a question at you, here, you get it right back. It bounces right back. Rapidly, without thinking. That's Chan right there. Okay? No thinking. Number 2, sharp eloquence. Okay? Sharp eloquence. What is sharp? Sharp is something that can penetrate. Okay? It can slice the fish when you make sashimi. Okay? So sharp is that the ability to penetrate quickly. Okay? Effortlessly. And so it helped you to go into depth. So this eloquence here is not only fast, rapid, but also sharp because it can penetrate deeply. Like that when you commit seppuku. I don't know why I'm stuck on seppuku today. Okay? When you do seppuku, okay, supposed to go in very deep right away. Because you go, you are a wimp. Okay? So you go, now you can go slow. Because when you go slow after you in, it shows how tough you are. You're going to die anyway. So you go, oh, it hurts. What do you See that? That is strength. Okay, guys? You understand now what is strength. All right. So deeply enter is sharp. Inexhaustible eloquence. Here, right here, speaks all dharmas, okay, markless, all dharma. He can talk about Hinayana Dharma, he can talk about Mahayana Dharma, he can talk about whatever, okay, even though he doesn't understand, let's say, Tibetan Dharma, but Tibetan is in between Hinayana and Mahayana, because you understand Hinayana, Mahayana, okay, you understand Mahayana, then you can understand anything. Okay, so all dharmas, okay, markless, that's Mahayana. Boundless, inexhaustible, that's Avatamsaka. Got it? Huh? This is the details for you. Number 4, continuity eloquence. When speaking Dharma, definitely explain one section and next without discontinuity. Meaning, he changed principles one after another, like your recitation beats continuously. Okay? So when you recite the Great Compassion mantra, you're developing that. Okay? That's continuity. See that? Number 5, appropriately reply eloquence. So meaning that when people ask you a question, you can reply without making mistakes. Okay? What does it tell you? Number 5. Questions and answers sessions are important in our work. You cannot say, I don't know everything, therefore I'm going to limit my question and answer session to 5-10 minutes. Because all you're doing is prohibiting yourself from developing this form of number 5 form of eloquence. Don't be afraid. You don't know. Okay? You don't have to be afraid. Okay, so this is why when you speak Dharma you can speak Dharma that's appropriate to the listener, and without making mistakes. All right, this is why I encourage all of you to open the floor for questions and answer sessions. Don't be afraid, okay? You don't know, say you don't know, and say I have to come back and do more research, ask my teachers or my peers about this matter. I come back to you. And this is how you develop number 5. If you're scared and limit the interactions, then your eloquence will not be fully developed. Is that clear? Don't be afraid. Number 6, principal eloquence. Meaning that you can speak about emptiness and the advantage of cultivation. It's based on principles, true Buddhist principles. And number 7, okay, it's called supreme eloquence. Yeah? What is supreme eloquence? It has 5 characteristics of sound. Okay? Sound far-reaching like thunder. Number 2, clear sound, resonant and far-reaching. This is why you practice the Weno. The good Weno sound are very like a bell type, okay? So resonant and far-reaching. All right? Number 3, sound soothing, gentle like Kavalinka bird. Kavalinka is a bird in the Western Bliss Pure Land. You read it every single Sunday morning during the Pure Land Dharma Assembly, where there's a bird, Kavalinka bird, that when it sings, it's like it singing, very melodious, very good to listen to, okay? And so the sound is very soothing and gentle. All right? Number 4, the sound here can make livings enjoy it and bring up respect in their heart. And that's what a Dharma master needs. You're not like Taylor Swift, where you only sing and people enjoy listening to it. It has to make people like and respect, bring up respect in their heart. Number 5, they listen without getting bored. All right? It's very specific. I want you to have the details of where we're going. Okay? The standards here of eloquence. Okay? Lots to do, folks. Roaming spiritual penetration. It refers to the fact that he flies, he can go. This is spiritual penetration naturally, and that he's able to go to places instantaneously without going through airport lines. You know, the last trip to Europe is nerve-wracking. We flew into Portugal. We stuck in the airport clearing the passport for about 3.5 hours. 2 lines. They showed us to a line, and then after an hour and a half, we found out that those automated terminals didn't work, only worked for 5% of the time. And after that, we skipped to the next line. That's for humans. That's another hour and a half. And after that, I say, I'm never going back to Lisboa. I'm not ever flying to Lisboa until I met my disciples. Okay. Maybe I'll go first to Switzerland. And then when we left from Charles de Gaulle, don't go there, folks. That's Liang left before we did the day before, 2 or 3 days beforehand. a week beforehand because she has to go back. Okay? And back then in Paris, they had problems. So they said, go to the airport 4 hours ahead of time. So Ling did that. So she went to the line. She said, oh, it's no problem at all. Don't even show up 4 hours. 2 hours is all you need. I said, okay, just be safe. That's spend 3 hours ahead of time. He went there, and guess what? Machine didn't work. We were there about 2 hours. And the airplanes, because we came late, the airplanes were boarding, and machines still weren't working. I told myself, I'm never going to Paris again. Scary things. Okay. If I had roaming spiritual penetration, think about it. You save so much money and time and aggravations. So it's useful. This is when I wish I had more spiritual penetrations. The heck with airports. All the Ranis, that's mind karma. The Ranis are mantras, if you will. All right. I think there might have some details here about mantras. Okay. So the Rani meaning that chung chu, or you uphold all these things through the sound, by uphold the Dharma, uphold the meanings, uphold the roots and the principles and so forth. So when you recite the Ranis, when you memorize the Ranis, you practice the Ranis, you are creating all these benefits for yourself. Okay? Merely reciting Namo La Danna Dola Ye Ye Namo Eli Ye, you get all these benefits, folks. Okay? And you're welcome. Obtain fearlessness, subdue demons, toil, and resentment.
或无所谓，降魔老怨。
Okay. Fearlessness. And Master Chucha tells us here, Buddhas are fearless because they have powers that are overwhelming. The Buddhas have overwhelming power, and that's why they're not scared of demons. They're not scared of obstructions. Nothing bothers them because they're so powerful. Okay? I want to remind you, because there are different kinds of demons. I don't know, in Buddhism, there's a definition of 4 demons, 8 demons, 10 demons, and so forth. Okay? And Master Hsuan goes as far as 50 skandha demons in the Shrangama Sutra. You see that? So it goes, the list, it depends on how detailed you want it to be. Know that we are very knowledgeable about demons, more than they realize. Shh. Okay? Just between us. We know about them. They didn't realize that we know them. We know about them. All right? But what I want you to understand is this concept of fearlessness. Okay? This is your cultivation. Your cultivation is you cannot open your great wisdom. I'm talking about 1G or higher, unless you overcome the fearlessness. Overcome your fears. Yes, in the back.
Master, sometimes I'm scared of Master. I still don't know how to overcome that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. And be that way until the rest of your life. How do you think you achieve fearlessness? It takes a long time. My experience has been most of my disciples are scared of me their entire lives. But that's how I like it. Yes, 7.
마스터, 저는 밤에 아니면 캄캄할 때 다니는 게 너무 무서운데 이번에 지금 제 방에서 화장실을 가기가 너무 무서워서 저녁에 화장실을 못 가는데 그런 두려움은 어떻게 해야 될까요?
Master, I'm very afraid of dark. So here, I'm so afraid of dark, so I cannot go to the restroom at night. So how can I overcome this fear?
Someone give her a room closer to the bathroom. Oh, Diego has another idea. Give her some flashlight. Yeah? You know, it's funny thing because, when I was a kid, growing up in Vietnam, we didn't have a lot of light in Hue, the ancient capital. And so at night, I was living with my grandma. And at night, I had to go pee. Excuse me. Okay? And so I would say, Grandma, I need to go. He said, okay, go. Because back then, those houses have no restrooms, no running water, no restrooms, okay? To go to the restroom, our house is a brick house, okay? And then in order to go to the restroom, there is a hallway. If the house is big, the hallway is about 4 times longer, okay? And the restroom is so far away. There's no light in the restroom either. That's Vietnam for you, my era, okay? And so I say, Grandma, I need to go. I said, okay, go. I ain't going with you. No, at night? Are you kidding? No. I said, go. I said, okay, Grandma. So I went out. And so I went out. So the house is big. So I went out to the edge of the house and then and stood there and did it right there. Because I ain't walking to the restroom again. And apparently this lady here never outgrew that. Yes, 8. So what can she do?
Thank you, Master. Well, I think that the way we overcome fearlessness is through patience, through enduring.
Enduring it. Okay. So that means that at night you should go more often. Endure. Yes, 6.
Hi, Master. I kind of talked to her about that because before I met you, I was kind of like that.
And she had to come all the way here from Korea to confess.
Yeah.
No one back in Korea knows that.
I was afraid of darkness, and then also when I go,
So what did you do?
I did number 7 and 42 hands and eyes, and it was super powerful. And then and with the meditation, also my mind was getting stronger, not afraid, and plus number 7 really helped.
Did it work? Number 7?
저는 솔직히 어두울 때 꼭 누군가가 저를 쳐다보는 것 같고 귀신이 있는 것 같고 항상 귀신이 무서워가지고 좀 절에도 오게 된 것 같고 이거를 이제 컸는데도 이게 떨쳐지지가 않고 절인데도 이상하게 귀신이 더 많이 보는 것 같고 그래서 더 무섭고 좀 그렇습니다.
when I'm in dark, I felt somebody is looking at me, and I'm so afraid of ghosts. Even if I'm at the temple, I think there are a lot of ghosts, and I'm so afraid of that.
Yeah, they share the same room as you. They sleep there, you know that? We're sleeping with ghosts. Get used to it, lady. Grow up. You think like you give you room and it's for you? No, it's for the ghosts too. And usually 1 person to 10 ghosts. Now she's going to sleep with her son the rest of the time. And you tell your son too. You tell him that, you know that you're sleeping with 10 ghosts, Master says. See what he does. He said, you sleep by yourself? I said, oh yeah. What are your mom? I said, oh, I don't want to sleep with her. Okay, yes, 5.
Oh, Master, I used to have the same problem, especially a few years back before I started going to the temple. I found this.
It's only recently that you're able to overcome your fear of the dark?
Yeah, well, so I don't know. I'm not saying this story means anything. Some years ago, like right before I found the temple, it's just some stupid stuff happened. I came out of the shower and I found a woman's handprint on my mirror, and it's super long. And I wasn't with a woman at the time.
That's Elvira.
So I'm not saying it was real, but it scared the crap out of me. And for a while, just waking up in the middle of the night and go pee was just weird. But when I started going to the temple, I started reciting Shurangama every time I meditate, which is daily. And for some reason, after I started reciting Shurangama every day when I meditate, I just forgot about that fear.
Yeah.
It just disappeared on its own.
Yeah, because the Shuranga mantra itself has fearlessness effects on you as well. So, Sarah is right. Recite number, what is it, number 14? Teach her to recite number 14. Let's see if it helps. Is it 14? I'm pretty sure it's 14. Yes, 9.
Dạ thưa thầy, con cũng là rất sợ ma. Hồi nhỏ con phải ngủ với bà ngoại con cho tới ngày con lấy chồng luôn. And then after that là con phải ngủ với chồng hoặc là phải có một người nào ngủ với con. Để đến khi con tới chùa này cũng vậy nè, con cũng sợ giống cô đó, sợ bóng tối lắm. Mỗi lần con đi quắt xuống con đi tiểu á, là con rất là scary. Có một lần con bị cô bằng trà đè ở trong cái phòng á, con la làng rồi con kêu thấy. Xong rồi con cố gắng chịu đựng, mà bây giờ con tối con hay ngủ trên đây mà có sometimes con ngủ con cũng hơi sợ, nhưng mà con trước khi đi ngủ con sẽ cầu nguyện với Phật và Bồ Tát, Long Thần hộ pháp với thầy hộ trì cho con nằm ngủ ở đây không có bị cái gì hết. Dạ, là con yên tâm ngủ. Dạ, A Di Đà Phật.
Hello, Master. So before coming to the temple, I'm also, just like her, afraid of the darkness. Even when I was young, I stayed with my grandmother for a long time, all the way until I get married, and I always have another person sleeping with me. Next is my husband or someone else. And sometimes I also endure that there's time that I stay over at the temple. And there was a time that I got the Kumbanda ghost lying on me, and so I yelling a lot, and I call out your name, and then I try endure it many times, and sometimes I just sleep in the Buddha hall, and before I sleep I pray to the spirit and the dragon and the Dharma protectors and master so that I can have a peaceful sleep. That's what I do.
Still in the temple? You still have fear of the dark in the temple? Okay.
Now it's okay thầy. Yeah,
Now it's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Còn không có sợ nữa, hồi đó mới lúc mà just start come in here, so I very scared. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yes, go ahead, Jung. 5.
Master, the Pandamagos also visited me throughout all my life, but it stopped after the Shrangama. I haven't had it since.
Very good. I assure you, it'll be back. He says, I'll be back. Guaranteed. Yes, 8.
Thank you, Master. I've been telling this story to many people, but it's so funny that one time I was in between awake and sleeping, and I saw some ghosts. So I started Dashitan and when I started reciting, they look at me and they said like, Dashitan. They were mocking me.
It's mocking. Yeah, you can recite, so can they. Okay, guys. Better than you. That's what Master XC says when he was reciting, his Vietnamese mantra, and the ghost reciting better than he was reciting. So we're not the only one who can recite, okay, folks? All right. So I'm shocked that today that you are reminding me that you adults look like normal, but you're not. You have a lot of issues. Oh. Well, if you do these things, you practice, eventually you outgrow it. Hopefully like Jung, you outgrow those fears. And that's a natural evolution. When you have more and more samadhi, and you start reciting the 4 200 eyes and the Shranga mantra and those mantras better, then the ghost says, I'm staying away from this mama. Okay? That's all. Toil and resentment. And it refers to the translation into English is toil and resentment. Actually, in the next section, we explain more about what really means. It's really not toil. But here, toil resentment, according to Master Chuta, he says that the demons have the power to cause trouble, okay? And that the trouble is for a purpose to prevent us from developing our wisdom. Okay? So they show up to hinder our practice. And that's why they're here. They're here to help you. Okay? And they're here to remind you of your weaknesses so that you can rest assured that you still have that weakness. Others around you have been practicing, have been able to overcome that problem. Okay? Demons will make you fearful. Okay? Especially in the case of being afraid of the dark. It's a natural thing for people. Even grown-ups are scared of the dark, especially women, and some men. Okay? But it's natural. Okay? Eventually you'll be able to rise above it. Actually, in Chinese, Lao is not really toil. Okay, Lao here is Chen Lao. Chen Lao, which is dust. Okay, so it's very subtle. Lao, Yuan is good. Yuan is resentment. They really hate you. I don't know what you did for the demon to come and scare you and make you be afraid of the dark. That's why, when you hear these people, you kind of wonder, what did he do? What did she do? That the demons will come and bother them. Okay, that's Yuan right there. Yuan is that they resent you. They have grievances against you. Okay, and they cannot forgive you. That's Yuan is resentment. Okay, resentment is okay, but I explicitly actually they have grievances against you. In the past, you frightened them. That's why now it's payback time for them. Is that clear? Okay, that's resentment or grievances. Toil here actually refers to not really toil. Lao is actually Chen Lao, or worldly dust. Okay, meaning that they use worldly things, cars, money, food, you name it, all the worldly things we attach to, okay, to distract us. That's what Lao really means. And I don't know how to translate it. Okay, because you see this everywhere in Chinese text scriptures. They also have Chen Lao, okay, Lao and Yuan. You see this in many, many sutras. So I want you to understand, I want you to know that toil and resentment is a very good translation, but it doesn't quite capture, the toil doesn't capture the real meaning behind it. It's actually Lao here, is Chen Lao, or nonsense. Lao is really nonsense. Unimportant, unconsequential. That's Lao, okay? Or toil. Is that clear? So that's Lao here, right here, Chinese character here. The good thing is that Vietnamese and Koreans would have the one-to-one translation, so it's okay. But in English, we struggle because no real equivalent concept of Lao in English or in Spanish. No such one-to-one concept. So that's why it's hard to translate. Okay, maybe we translate as Lao or whatever, or worldly dust refers to your worldly attachments. You attach to safety, you attach to comfort, you attach to the familiar. See that? Sound familiar? Huh? You attach to comfort, you attach to your safety, you attach to, and etc., etc. That's Lao. Does it help? There's no equivalent concept in English. No single word that captures that. Okay? Chen Lao is dust. Lao is toil. So the dust, toil, meaning dust is insignificant, it's nonsense, and yet you toil for the dust. Okay, Duki? Yes, 6.
That is caused by demons.
Yeah, the demon.
For comfort and all that.
Yeah, the demon only activate that deep desire in you, desire for comfort, desire for the familiar, desire to be in control. The demon knows that your attachment, that's why they can push that button. So Lao, that's why it's Lao. Okay? And they translate, if you understand Vietnamese Lao, meaning what? I explain to you for you Vietnam people. Lao meaning you lying. The demons are lying to you, that's all. Vietnamese is very, very profound. Yes, anyone else? Yes, 6.
So, Master, how do you recognize that? I mean, the rough surface you will be able to, but more deeper.
You look at it. Why am I scared? So when you're scared, you go after you've done your thing, come back to your room and meditate on this. Look, cross your legs and recite, number 14. Is it number 14 or 15? I don't remember anymore. Okay, recite number 14 until it goes away. How you deal with it? Don't ignore it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Master. Master, that toil and resentment, how do we see it in the sutra? Because it says obtain fearlessness, subdue demons, and then it jumps to toil and resentment.
Subdue their hard work in trying to confuse us. They're toiling, they're working very hard. That's the concept behind toil. I'm glad you asked. Toil is believe me, Buddha says, demons are working very hard day and night to distract you. They're toiling to confuse you. Don't think it's one-time deal. They watch you day and night. And they wait until it's dark. And they blow into your ears. I'm here. Did you hear that at night? I'm here. Yes, 5.
So, Master, when we make harmful choices, is it a combination of our karma, our habit energy, and these beings who tell us, encourage false thoughts in us, all three?
Yeah, all those. All the above. Easy answer. Okay, we stop here today. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. We've got our donate button for any text-to-speech questions or sharings. And this is wonderful. This is a wonderful way for us to practice listening to the Dharma, practicing meditation, being together with the Sangha. And you can practice meditation while listening. We don't have to try to understand. We can meditate. We can feel the energy, feel the dynamics, feel the principles, the deep Dhammic principles inside of the Master's teachings. So it's really a good way to practice. And it can support and facilitate our meditation. Master Yonghua is currently in Rosemead, California. So if you happen to be around there, you can go out and practice with the Master tomorrow, I believe. There will be a session open to the public. We have a temple nearby, and Sayadaw, my teacher, Sayadaw Otamatara, will be here in about a week. So me and Hung will go over there and stay for a few days while he's here. So right now, for example, I'm in extreme pain. When you sit still, when you cross your legs and sit still, eventually you'll start being in extreme pain. And the way that Master Yong Hua teaches is he encourages you to sit in full lotus. And so in full lotus, the pain comes quicker. And I'm not really much able to sit in full lotus. The practice becomes sitting and breathing and meditating on that extreme pain and not moving. And enduring that extreme pain. And the mind wants to get away. It's like, please get away. Go somewhere else, do something else. So that's like the suffering, and then the cause of that suffering is the craving. If you can really let go, if you can really stop seeking, stop trying, stop searching, then that pain can kind of vanish and release itself, but it's really difficult to do that. So let's say you could sit for like an hour or an hour and a half, that extreme pain comes up and then it disappears. And then you sit for an hour with the pain having disappeared, and then it comes back. And then you sit with it, and then it disappears again. That's what the very high masters can do. I can't do that. So that's one of the things. Another failure. So, of course, it's not failure, but we try to increase that and develop that practice. But one of the things you'll see for the meditation, the very high meditation masters, is you'll see them sitting in one position on the stage, or sometimes on like a throne, and they'll be sitting there for 2 hours or 3 hours not moving. And so it's not that they're just in a state of bliss and peace, it's that they don't identify with the body. And they have this skill to be able to release, to break that pain. But when we practice meditation correctly, it's also like we're emptying out that depression sack, or that anxiety sack, or that ego sack, that anger sack, etc. in the mind. And this is the thing, right? It's like you don't speak on it, you do it. And then we go into this way of speaking about it when we've never done it, we've never practiced it. And it's just nonsense. No offense. It's very specific. It's a technology. It's a practice. It's about meditation. It's about learning how to relate to pain and how to be detached, and to experience detachment. It's not superficial. I'm not sure what to say to that, Sam. Do I think they could relax in a bath of ice? I'm not sure who you're talking about, but I'm sure that anybody who has ice and a bath could relax in it. Oh, I think you're saying, could they relax in a bath of ice? Sure, of course they could. Sorry, Sam. For me, I just need to keep going. I don't really know if what I'm doing is right, but this is what I know to do. So all I can do is keep going. Sometimes startless and endless, but not always. Like Ajahn Brahm, for example. His knees are very healthy. But some meditators, they do lose their, they have to get knee replacements and things like that. This guy is a really famous, like, guy.
At some point you can
Why don't we take a look at him? What do you got? Let's see what you guys think about this guy.
face any emotion, stare it straight in the face, lovingly, not like, I'm more confident than you. No, just lovingly stare it in the face and not flinch, not waver, because you know, you've got confidence, conviction has dawned that your nature is unaffectable.
I have not realized that I have been carrying this for a very long time, and it manifests the unworthiness, but I was not aware that it is unworthiness, and it is coming up when I need to speak like this with you. So there were many moments today when I wanted to speak up because it was important for me, and then my system gets activated, like heart rate, and but until now I have never connected it to this unworthiness. So this is a big realization for me right now, and it feels extremely like you said flare up. It feels like a flare up, but I cannot let it go because through this coming back to awareness, I notice it has eroded a lot, so I can move with it even with when it comes up like fear or heart rate or something like that, because this what we are doing here is more important than this fear, and each time I do that, it dissolves a little bit. But you said probably I'm still carrying something, belief that I'm not able to see or let go because it flare up. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's good. It's just information for you. It's like, hey, it can still flare up, which means there's a subtle remnant left. And that makes total sense because these things are subtle and we're conditioned with them for a very long time in a variety of ways. And our society reinforces those ideas all the time. So
I just want to know how do you set this up? You know what I mean? Like, how do you get all these people in a room like that and get like a chair like that, and you got your candles on the table, you got a black backdrop. Is it just like money? Do they just like spend money to rent a hall or something and then set it up and spend money to advertise people? Or, is it like a book? How do you get all these people in a room and set up a stage and set up a camera and stuff like that,
it makes sense that it's like dissolving those kinds of thematic patterns or those stumbling blocks or those challenging emotions. It kind of goes in a spiral. It does go upwards, but you return to the same theme every once in a while, and then you're like, oh, I thought I had dissolved this, or I thought that I had understood this fully and forgiven it and
Anonymous
relaxed
donated
it back
$5.
into its
Thanks for the
unified
teachings,
space.
Dr. Rob.
But it comes up again and it grabs you and it contracts you. It's just a subtler level of the same area. It's the same area of the building, all these areas, and you spiral upwards. So it's the same area of the building, it's the same sort of theme, the same belief, but at a subtler level. You're just noticing a subtler assumption, a subtler belief. And this literally is the process of making the unconscious mind conscious. And the fastest way to do that is by continuing to be aware of awareness. And that is by far the fastest way to quote unquote expand, raise, purify awareness. And in response to that, you will then, at an accelerated pace, notice these little beliefs. But when you develop momentum in knowing yourself to not be really affected anymore, like you were saying, you have enough confidence in your freedom and non-attachment to things that when there's heartbreak or something, you can move with it, right? You said something along those lines.
Well, it's not that I'm not affected. I'm very much affected.
No, I get that.
Like
you said you have the flexibility that you can move with.
It's kind of like, what is it? It's like a mentalist guy or something, right? It's like, he's like a fake psychic guy or something, right? Something like that. Master Young Hua was saying before we watched the live stream, they did like a children's program at the temple. I don't know, some woman or someone ran it, and they were doing a presentation for Master Young Hua. And he was talking about for the kids, like one of the most important things is that you identify a mentor. You identify somebody who you want to live up to, and you make a connection with them. So they can mirror development to you, like the direction you want to go in. And then he said later, finding a mentor is like maybe they're skilled in business or it's a kind of intelligence, a particular skill that they have that you want to replicate. But spiritually, it's finding a good known advisor or a well-known advisor that has this basically like this universal knowledge is how I was describing it. And I believe in that. I think that's the problem with people like this, is maybe they did have some insight or maybe they did have some experience, but it's reaching this plateau where you don't have anyone to look up to. And I can't ever see myself in being that position. I value so much my mentors and all that. The Kashmir tradition, or my assembly of well-known advisors that I take refuge in. And I hope people can find that through me as well. The meditation masters that I share and recommend. Okay, thank you, David. Shiva Kashmir, I'm not familiar with it, but if you have anything to say about it, you can say it. But he's a good-looking guy. He talks very cleanly, and most people just don't know anything about this stuff. They don't know anything about the spiritual dimension. So people can come in and just make stuff up. You know what I mean? And that authority and that confidence. It's like a mentalist. He's basically a mentalist. But this is like coercion. He's like coercing that guy to say, oh, you feel more flexible, you feel more connected. But the guy didn't even say that. Not from what I heard.
I think what we are talking here is much more important, like to take this chance than the fear itself. But the fear is very much active. So
there's something in you that's confident enough to choose what you know is more.
I get like 40s, spiritualist vibes. Like in a few seconds, this guy is gonna bring a spirit out of the table or something like that, That's just the energy I get from this video.
Important, even in moments where you feel like the fear is very convincing.
Yes, because I feel I'm choosing freedom each time I do that.
Great. So, but you can only do that if you've only had prior experience, confirmation, and confidence. This is all a confidence game. This is about developing confidence in the indestructible.
The way that he talks, I guess some people, it's so interesting because for some people, they'll feel the same way about me. Like the way that I talk makes them go insane. And some people hate when I talk seriously or I read Dhamma. It makes them, they're like, this is so fake. But hearing this guy talk, it's like nails on a chalkboard for me. But for some other people, they go, oh, wow, how rich. He doesn't sound very rich to me.
Stability of you, always and already. So that at some point you can face any emotion, stare it straight in the face, lovingly, not like, I'm more confident in you. No, just lovingly stare it in the face and not flinch, not waver. Because you've got confidence, conviction has dawned that your nature is unaffectable, like the mountain. The mountain is not impressed with the little humans and their thoughts and their walkabouts. Even their spiritual circling around the mountain, like, whoa, how do you... It's also not impressed by that. Right? It's stable. It's as it is. It's clear. It's timeless. And so your awareness is like that all the time. This aware basis within which unworthiness arises, insecurity arises, triggers arise, is completely unaffected.
So he's talking like awareness or Buddha nature, Yeah, Montgomery, I don't really know what you're talking about or who you're talking to. But I spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk, so my life is pretty full of the context of Buddhism and my practice. So I'm going to continue in that way. I'm always open to advice. I guess my great dream would be that during these live streams, I would come across someone that had more experience in what I was interested in than I do. But as of yet, it hasn't really come about that way. But I'm not doing this live stream for, to just receive life advice from anybody. It's kind of the opposite, right? I do the stream as my practice of meditation and also to share advice for those people that would like to learn from me and my experiences of being a monk for 8 years, which is not that big of a deal, but that is my deal. So
you can test this for yourself right now. It's always proven. Your awareness. Yeah, how many emotions have you gone through in your lifetime? What, like at least hundreds of thousands, probably tens of millions, if not more, right? So, are you not still here? Where are the scars? Show me the scars in your awareness. Show me the scars in I am. Show me how you've been less able to exist because of them. Show me how you are less aware, less alive, less existent because of these millions of emotions. So you see, you have the proof you need. You, capital the.
Yeah, this stuff just doesn't really work. You have to train, you have to cultivate the mind, you have to work with the mind. There's no option about it. So this is kind of like the guy performs a trick, basically, to trick someone else's mind into thinking they get something or feel a little bit of relief, like convincing them they don't have to be stressed or they don't have to worry. But I guess it probably leads into this guy's business model or what he sells. So, I don't know. You think he's a fraud, fiery trooper?
Whatever. Capital Y. Y, oh yeah. U, capital Y, O, U, is unaffected at all times. And you have all the proof you need. Because again, look at...
Yeah, it's more like temporary hypnosis. And the non-dual text saying that meditation is pointless are guidances for your meditation. And I guess in some way it's a boundary to keep stupid people out of the environment, out of the spiritual environment, because they read that and then they don't try to practice, and maybe it keeps them in a way for them to comfort themselves but not to go farther on the path. I don't know. But it certainly doesn't work like that. Yeah, I think temporary hypnosis is the way that I would describe it. It's like trying to convince someone of something. And that's not what direct pointing is. Direct pointing is more like pointing something out for someone that's primed and able and receptive to experiencing that. And it's very colonial as well. It's very much colonialism and appropriation. Well, Max, I mean, look at you as an example, you know. Is that mean? Does that seem like I'm being mean to you? Not doing anything is right meditation. Non-doing is the best form of doing. Yeah. But if your mind is unstable, you just pick and choose all these different things, and you can barely even communicate. So the point is to stop thinking and not to confuse the finger pointing at the moon for the moon. Right, Max?
All the experiences you've already had. Even if you just limit it to this lifetime, if that's all you're familiar with, that's great. It's enough proof, even in a single human lifetime, to see that no matter what happens, leaves no trace in awareness. It feels like it leaves a scar when you conflate awareness and some concept of self. When you go like this, when the water takes on the shape of the teapot, and then the teapot gets all crinkled up or distorted, then yes, it seems to distort the water or the tea in the cup. But that's because of that identification. Huh? That's because...
What did he just say? What was that analogy?
Leaves no trace in awareness. It feels like it leaves a scar when you conflate awareness and some concept of self. When you go like this, when the water takes on the shape of the teapot, and then the teapot gets all crinkled up or
What do you mean when a teapot gets all crinkled up? Does anybody know what he's saying? How does a teapot get crinkled up? And then what was the thing that he said before that?
Y-O-U is unaffected at all times. And you have all the proof you need. Because again, look at all the experiences you've already had. Even if you just limit it to this lifetime, if that's what...
I don't like doing this stuff. It's very annoying.
You're familiar with, that's great. It's enough proof, even in a single human lifetime, to see that no matter what happens, it leaves no trace in awareness. It feels like it leaves a scar when you conflate awareness and some concept of self. When you go like this, when the water takes on the shape of the teapot, and then the teapot gets all crinkled up or distorted, then yes, it seems to distort the water or the tea in the cup. But that's because of that identification. Huh? That's because of that mistaken identity, conflation. Take two things, you conflate this thing with this thing, but they're not the same thing. They're two separate things. Awareness continues independent of perceptions.
This seems to be the common thread with a lot of these teachers, these so-called masters, is that they thingify awareness. They can't seem to help themselves from thingifying awareness or thingifying enlightenment. That is a string that I notice. Anyways. Maybe we'll do a takedown video of him one day. I don't know. Gurdjieff. Am I willing to make a video on Gurdjieff? Tony Robbins, huh? Yeah, neuro-linguistic programming. I mean, you can do a lot. You can do a lot with that stuff. You know, people's minds are very flexible, very manipulatable generally. I don't know, Amy. He'd probably be, you know, I'm sure we've all suffered, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He's 38, so he's quite a bit. He's a little bit older than me. So I hope I'll be doing. I'll be sitting on a big comfy chair on a stage by the time I'm 38. I think that'd be fun. I'd like to experience something like that. Oi, what do we got here?
At Luminary 1 donated 5 Danish kroner through Super Chat.
Okay. Thank you for the 5 Danish kroner. We also accept 500 Danish kroner as well. This could be cool. This is, are Buddhist nuns really second-class citizens, from some little lady here named Natasha. Let's check that out. I wonder how much she knows of what she's talking about. Let's see.
Are nuns second-class citizens in Buddhism? In Buddhism, a nun who has practiced for decades must bow to a bhikshu who was just ordained yesterday. And she cannot independently transmit precepts, cannot observe the rains retreat without male supervision. And in some traditions,
Yeah, this little lady is very lost in thoughts as it relates to Buddhism and monastic practice.
cannot even lead ceremonies, Beneath the same saffron robe, why are women forever placed lower? And are nuns truly second-class citizens in Buddhism? The first nun in Buddhist history was the Buddha's own aunt, Mahabhushabhati, and she had raised the Buddha. After King Suddhodana passed away, she led 500 Shakyan women to the Buddha and requested ordination. And the Gautami Sutta records Mahabhushabhati asked 3 times and the Buddha refused 3 times. Ananda pleaded on their behalf and the Buddha eventually agreed on the condition that women accept the 8 glutamous, and the Bhikkhuni Sangha was thus established. But it must be said, the Buddha also emphasized that women can attain the same realization as men. Queen Srimala taught Mahayana Dharma, and the dragon girl attained Buddhahood instantly.
That's not worth listening to.
If you cross the state of samadhi, he's an avadut, he's lost all sense of body. We don't allow such things anymore. If you want to experience other dimensions of samadhi, it has to be done in a protected atmosphere. Samadhi means to make your intellect totally equanimous. This equanimity can be taken to a point where you cannot make out the distinction between a man and a woman. The distinction between what is divine and human will disappear. Everything is just explosion of one big possibility. Sometimes we brought you close to that. The Shaolin practiced a certain type of Zen. Incredible things they could do with their sword. When somebody stupid challenges them, they ran away. If you want to experience other dimensions of samadhi, that is the commitment you need to take. You practice samadhi like this. I was probably 20. I decided to trek. 22 days of experience without even a matchstick or a light. Tigers were very close, panther, wild buffalo. The biggest experience in me is the insects. Once in 13 years or 17 years, some insect comes out. In yoga, we pay an enormous attention to these cycles. In some way, they're conscious of it. To the second, they know the time.
What is samadhi and how can I experience it?
You need to understand what samadhi is. Sama means equanimous. Dhi means the buddhi or the intellect. Your intellect has become equanimous. That means you took the sword and put it in the scabbard. It's not here cutting things. You just put it here and you're looking at the world around you just like that, without the filter of your intellect, which divides everything. So when people get into such a state, there are different where you cannot make out the distinction between red and green. You shouldn't be driving at that time. You cannot make out the distinction between a man and a woman. You cannot make out the distinction between anything and anything. Everything is same. Now this can be taken to another point, where you cannot see anything. Everything is just explosion of one big possibility. Then, being who you are, you may immediately say Eureka and come up with E is equal to mc squared. No, then you lost it. Because being beyond the discriminatory nature of the intellect, that is, just being a pure intelligence, not an intellect. Unfortunately, most people understand the intellect as intelligence. No, intellect is just a smart ass. You understand? Just gets you around in the world. But intellect is incapable of perceiving anything because intellect is always sitting on judgment upon everything. It cannot perceive, it can understand. Understanding is a crime against creation. Yes. Your understanding is a crime against creation because your understanding is all by division, isn't it? Oh, this is good, this is bad, this is okay, this is not okay, this is man, this is woman, this is this, this is that. This is all your understanding is. All your understanding is by division, isn't it? Because that is the nature of the intellect. See, because we have invested so much in intellect, if I give you a rose flower and I say, try to understand this flower, it is very natural for the intellect to take it off petal by petal and see what is inside, and in that inside, open it up further, put it under a microscope, cut it further and further and further, and try to understand it. Yes, you will know the structure of the flower, you will know so many things, you can put it in, dip it in this, dip it in that and find out the chemistry of the flower, but you will not know what the flower is. If you do not understand the analogy that I'm giving you, suppose I am interested to understand you, shall we start the dissection? Now you know, no, Sadhguru, this is not the way. Human intellect will be the source of all disaster on this planet. Not water, not ice, not hellfire, human intellect. In India there's a saying in the Upanishads, they say, what is this? Vinashakale, Vinashakale viparita buddhi. That means when excessive intellect is used, a great disaster is coming. So when people's intellect becomes overactive, that means a great disaster is coming. Please look at the world right now. A disaster is coming towards us, not because somebody dropped a bomb on us, not because hellfire is falling upon this planet, not because of anything, it's human intellect which is causing the disasters, isn't it? And the more and more active it becomes, more and more disastrous it becomes, because it has… the understanding of the intellect itself is a disaster. The understanding that you arrive at through your intellect itself is a disaster, but as I said, it's a smart ass. It makes you feel better than somebody. If you can say a few intellectual things that others cannot understand, suddenly you stand above, superior, isn't it? Do you see how desperately people are trying to mouth something intellectual all the time when you meet people? Aren't they? Everybody is trying to say something intellectual and smart because it gives them a certain dominance and superiority in a given situation. So, if you can keep that aside, that is samadhi. If you keep it aside in a minimal way, you're at least able to deal with two people even-handedly. If you keep it aside totally, the distinction between what is divine and human will disappear, because even that distinction has come only because of your intellect. The distinction between what is the creator and what is the…
So what Sadhguru is talking about here is a real process of releasing. And as Master Young Hua described it, when we practice the meditation very seriously, like a pendulum or like a metal ball hanging from a string, when we lift it up to one side in the meditation, so we have this intensity, it's actually an intensity of grasping for most of our meditation experience, because we still have that craving, we're not a Buddha, we're not enlightened. And so once you get used to having that intensity of attachment and that intensity of watching the attachment and watching that clinging, there's a release, and it can go back to the other side. And then naturally you can experience samadhi just by going out into nature, and it's almost like an overwhelm of the vividness and the fullness of nature that makes it feel very basically divine, you know, and not based in the self or the ego or in thinking, not seeing different people or different situations or different colors, but just the seeing itself. Have I looked into the old Tibetan religion, Bon? I don't really look into, I don't know if you're still here, JD44. But I usually don't look into traditions that were absorbed or became absorbed by Buddhism. So that's why I'm not very interested in Taoism. I'm not very interested in something like Bon, because I'm more interested in the traditions that overtook those and absorbed those that were more successful. But if you want to experience this, you have to practice meditation. That's it. Also, the thing with like Bon or Masons or Stoicism or Taoism, it's like, okay, they have a philosophical tradition. There's some people that practice it and say they have a very deep understanding of it. But in Buddhism, it's like you have a continuous tradition of these scholars or these monks or these practitioners that has somehow been able to continue consistently over hundreds and thousands of years and create monasteries and practice centers and literally be in control of nations. So I'm not saying that the value or the depth isn't there philosophically, but I'm saying that practically it's not there. So I always tell somebody who comes up and says, well, what do you think about Stoicism? What I'd say is how many Stoic temples are around? How many Stoic meditation retreats are around? And that is inconveniently what it's going to take. So like for me, it would be great if I went and signed up for a 10-day meditation retreat. Same for anybody else here, or a one-day meditation retreat, or a 3-day meditation retreat with some monks. So if you want to do that in the Masonic tradition or the Taoist tradition or the Bon tradition, there's nowhere to find. And so that's a practical difficulty in engaging with that tradition, but also it's a practical expression of the lack of practical practice of that tradition continuing into modern day. And then you have to come across like these sectarian kind of weird or interesting individuals that say that they understand everything, but their teacher is just some random person, and it's all kind of disjointed and disconnected. Yeah, Bon can be very powerful, but it's not as powerful as the tradition that overtook it and absorbed it. It's the same with Taoism and Confucianism in a place like China. Like, yeah, they call it the 3 traditions or the 3 foundations of like Chinese culture. Yeah, it's true, but one had hundreds of thousands of monks and renunciates, and the other had, priests. So it's almost like Brahmanism versus sadhuism, and I prefer sadhuism. I prefer the very deep practitioners. If you're not interested in Buddhism, get out of here. You're not interested in Buddhism, get out of here.
Danish chronothrough.
Yeah, so I think JD 44. That's a very honest. That's a very honest way of looking at it, right? And so we have this side of ourselves that's really looking into the religious mythology and analogies as a way of distraction. And so the blessing of Buddhism, or the power of Buddhism, is that it brings a challenge, it brings an invitation along with all of these religious mythologies and analogies and principles and practices. That is Lama Dorje. And in those cases, we take from those cultures without fully understanding them. And in the case of like Taoism or Bon or Masonic things, we do that because that's the only option in that. It's not like there are Masonic meditation retreats going on. Then somebody say, oh, well, we do have that. Yeah, you have that in one out of a million periods of time. Whereas in Buddhism, you can go and find a meditation retreat just about anywhere that someone lives. So much more accessible to get into the practice. So this is a problem for a lot of people, is that their ego is too bloated to have a conversation about anything that doesn't align with their biases and their preconceived notions and the thoughts that they've already had. And that's why most of these people are not able to meditate, because they're not willing to challenge their current thought structure. And if you can't practice non-thought or put a stop on thoughts, you're not going to be able to tune into that spiritual wisdom, which is most important. And then we're always finding somehow a platform where our ego can be easily right or easily true. And we do that by operating from a place of selfishness and self-fixation rather than self-release. And when we're always operating in that way, everything apparent is shallow and superficial and inaccessible. Whereas when we operate from the place of non-thought or samadhi, everything is open, it's available, it's rich, it's real. So until we can stop thinking, nothing is real, nothing is worthwhile, no person has any real depth to them, only the depth that we assign to them based on our ego. The interesting thing, though, that Master Young Hua was saying in the Dharma talk this morning was that we can't see people that are above us. We're not able to perceive them. We can only see people that are below us. And when we don't have a relationship with stopping thoughts, we're constantly in this practice of reaffirming that anyone that we come across is somehow below us. But a lot of people aren't interested in spirituality anyway, so it doesn't necessarily apply to them. So keeping an open mind is only possible when we know how to stop thoughts. And then instead of opening our mind constantly, we're always closing our mind, right? We're finding a thought to cling on to and a position to cling on to. Actually, we don't need to hold on to any position. And it makes us very stupid when we do that. always making declarative statements instead of being open to ask questions or discuss. So instead of asking how we can position our ego in this situation, we can ask, how can I give to this situation to bring benefit? And you can see that, the lack of willingness to do that, by always presenting something or sharing something that refers back to our rightness. And when you meditate, you see how not right you are. And your unwillingness to be wrong is also your inability to practice meditation and to stop thoughts. We have to see the wrongness of our compulsive thinking. Then we'll strive, we'll endeavor, we'll be willing to stop it. I do. That's how I got started, JD44. I'm not a fan of Dr. K as a spiritual teacher, but I think he's a great therapist that helps a lot of young men. That's just like your opinion. The system rewards negative thinks and reactivity. Yeah, the algorithm has been going for like 15 years or so, like basically artificial intelligence, but it was a lot more simple. And what that system found was that making people feel anger, feel fear, feel greed, got more clicks. It got people to stay on the screen. And so when you have a society and a community that doesn't practice meditation, you're basically having a society that's being trained by the algorithm that's there to make money from them. So a lot of people have been conditioned by the early AI models in that way. Okay, any questions, everybody? Any questions? Or sharing? Reducing the amount of food that you eat will aid your meditation. And you can do that by eating more vegetables, not eating until you're full. If you eat until you're full, you're going to be tired. Your mind's going to be very busy. Your mental energy is going to be very busy processing that food that you've eaten. So fasting is good. Just having juice, just eating vegetables, very good for meditation. Fasting. What's my experience of being in this moment? The Zyn, the nicotine. I got a new nicotine thing here, and it's a little bit strong, so it's hitting my head a little bit. Oh, that's great, Shelley. So the body feels a little bit dizzy.
Grandmothers, grandfathers, I ask you to show me the way. May you guide my life as I learn to listen, open to your blessing and guide. Belongs to the land. My spirit belongs to the sky. I belong to the earth, air, water, and fire. I belong to life. I belong to life. I am loved, I am cared for, nurtured and carried by the earth. I rest in the presence that holds me. My angels, my guides, my guardians, my animals surround me. My body belongs to the land. My spirit belongs to the sky. I belong to the earth, air, water, and fire.
Mamacita, ayahuasca, cura, cura. Medicina, Pachamama, cura, cura. Mamacita, ayahuasca, cura, cura. Medicina, Pachamama, cura, cura. Healing love, cleanse my mamacita, ayahuasca, cura, cura, medicina, Pachamama, cura, cura, 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 mamacita, ayahuasca, cura, cura, medicina, Pachamama, cura, cura.
See you later. Bye bye.
He's also on a whole different server. I don't blame him. It's not really a fair matchup.
My FPS is like 20.
Okay, O10 is super low, like very low.
False.
That's not false. Unless that's your teammate.
I'm actually gonna put this.
Yeah, they have matching skins, so it's like. Fuck are you talking about?
That's
Matching skins.
That's one, no?
I'm playing a different map or something. Literally can't.